Hello and welcome to another episode of Dungeon Master. My name is Alex K, and I am that Dungeon Master. Welcome to episode 38 of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. Recorded episode 38 of Don't Trust the Dungeon Master. We are entering the holiday season. Cool soon. But we should be playing next 2 weeks from now for the 17th. Everyone besides Owl currently is open, so as long as no one else has some emergency come up, we will have that session going. Let's see what else on the docket. We'll be short one DTW tonight, and that's as far as my announcements go. Hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving, and or those of you that celebrate it, because some of you don't. Yeah, get out of here, Canadian. All right,
we celebrate it.
Yeah, that's really far earlier in the month.
No. Out of everyone here that comes to your mind that doesn't celebrate Thanksgiving, you think of the Canadian first?
He was the one that was objecting. I saw on his face, so he beat you to it. You have some things to be thankful for, Potato, don't you?
I am very thankful for you.
Oh wow, feels a little out of left field.
He's thankful for potatoes.
Yes.
They make
Thanksgiving
super delicious.
All right, well, so that covers Lara's announcements. Anyone else have an announcement they wish to share?
I'm visiting the U.S. Going to Lights All Night, baby.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, I was like, what?
It's a giant party. I'm not actually going to the party part, though.
Is it like
I'm
a
just going to
rave?
meet people.
He's going to the party.
Yeah.
All right, well, I hope you have fun whenever that happens to be.
It's a rave? Nice. Have fun.
I can wear my fancy hat.
That's always important. Right. You need reasons to have fancy hats. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Easy.
Can't just wear a hat. You gotta
I just hate all of my spells right now.
Well, you are allowed to change one of those when you go to sleep and change it to a new one. And you got to learn whatever new one you got for leveling up. So, all right.
No, but
be nice.
Oh shit! My lay on hands.
You also got to unlearn a spell for leveling up too, Mr. Warlock.
Yeah, but it's not.
Oh no, but you like the ones you have, choices. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
I get to do that as well. Did I screw up?
Yeah, you might want to review your Eldritch Knight with its very impressive magic capabilities that have so totally carried you in this game thus far. How many credit orbs hit? All right, 0. It's currently.
Oh no, I just got a martial archetype feature.
What the fuck is legend lore?
Do
I learn everything about something?
No, you don't learn everything. So there's downsides to it. For one, it's a 5th level spell, right? 2 is it has a gold component cost to cast it, and then it will give you information, and then you need to know. The more you know about it, the more detailed the information it happens to be. So when you don't know a lot about something, it's really vague the first few times you cast it. So it's a very heavy gold sink, which. Are you guys really getting gold at an appropriate rate to be like, let's start dumping gold into learning random tidbits about things? So, yes. I mean, you did just get a bunch of money. We'll get into that in a recap. I know that Potato and Demi did not know about the purse that you guys.
They're not giving any money. No.
None of that's going to them. No. Damn. But all right, so let's move on out of the announcement section. So thank you for tuning in, and don't forget you can watch the recordings on youtube.com/Laris15. There is a Don't Trust the Dungeon Master playlist, so you can just go through all of that. All right, let's get to the recap of last episode. So
remember. Don't trust the Dungeon Master.
Yeah, we're good night. 17. All right. So last episode, our party continued their exploration down south towards Windheim, and they got to Windheim effectively. They got to the Laurels. They saw the beautiful landscape of the city with something like 21 massive spires in it. They're placed in these circular rings. I have included an image of a rough map now for them to see. I had this last time, but for some reason declined to show it. The party, upon arriving to the outside of Windheim, didn't really get too much interference from anyone, and they kind of strategized how they would reintegrate Evelyn to her family. And their strategy was moot because as soon as they were trying to get past the northern bridge, i.e. this one right here, they were stopped, as anyone who wants to get into the inner city is stopped by the Tribune, which is the inner city police force. And the Tribune seemed to have been the one that was there seemed to have been waiting for Evelyn to show up, recognizing that she would be in the area soon. And he escorted her through the front portion of the inner city, specifically Grandview Park, just right through there, to the high road, where she was then handed off to High Watch Captain Krogar, who then escorted the entire party to the Trelfount. Now, an amendment. I kept calling this the Trelfount. I originally called the palace the Trelfount when I made it, but I forgot that I changed it later on, and it's been a while since I looked at Windheim stuff. So it's actually Trelfount. So amendment, everyone on your notes and all that, it's Trelfount.
Which one?
Is the
Elfont.
palace.
He said Hellfont.
Trelfount.
He said Hellfont this time.
Trelfount. So instead of Trelfount, Trelfount is the actual name. I had changed this in all of my notes. They're all over the place. And so to keep things consistent for me, I'll just absorb the embarrassment of forgetting which name it was when I originally announced it to you guys last session. So, yeah, after being brought with Krogar to the Trelfount, you guys were escorted right up to the council chambers, where the high-seated were currently in a heated debate about politics and decisions about certain situations that are currently plaguing or blighting their current kingdom. And some fingers are pointed at other individuals about things they were lacking in or not doing. And yeah, it just seemed like everyone was kind of near each other's throats. Except for one woman, the only woman on the high-seated, that would be Evelyn's mother, who seemed to have been reserving herself. And as she got up, as you guys entered into the chamber, and excused herself from the formalities of the high-seated meeting, pissing off one dwarf, a high naturalist, quite a bit. But you guys then got to basically meet to some capacity the other high-seated members. They introduced themselves, some of them being more brief than others. And then they left for a short recess to allow Evelyn and her mother to catch up, as Evelyn has been missing for several months, theoretically. And it's been a while for them to catch up, so with that, Evelyn's mother asked if you should go somewhere else, and you guys said, yeah, let's go somewhere more quiet. So you went up to the Zestira personal suite inside the Trelfount, of which you went up several flights of stairs to her mother's suite, effectively. And there, you had a very long conversation, basically kind of telling her the bulk, not all of it, the bulk of the things that have happened to you over the last few weeks, if not months, of your journey about Fortall's Fall, about regicide, which seemed to really have concerned one Dr. Baldric, assassins coming after you guys in intermittent situations. Yeah, just some of these things were pretty big, never were brought to that doctor's attention beforehand. Thorak, these would be enlightening things to you as well, but we had you just kind of more concerned with food than actually participating in the conversation.
That's pretty cool, you guys.
So, I mean, at that point, when you guys were kind of getting to another situation, like another juncture where you were able to move on to other topics, there was a rap at the door from the Sophia, one of the maids or servants, right, for Evelyn's mother, Niera. And she came into the suite with an exasperated expression, and that one of your colleagues had collapsed downstairs. Now, I guess I forgot to mention this in the recap, but Pyrrhus and Evelyn did not join you guys into the high-seated chamber, nor to the upper floor, as Aniel was starting to get very ill, like really quickly. She just felt really sick, and Pyrrhus was left within her care to make sure Aniel was okay. So they were technically in the first floor, actually. Well, not the first floor, but the mid floor of the high road is where they were still residing, in the waiting room for you guys to come catch them. So at this moment in time, that is where we would be resuming. You guys are in the very lavish suite of the Zestiras, specifically more Niera's suite. And Sophia just came in. She's sweaty. Her hair is slightly frazzled. It looks like she was just sprinting up several flights of stairs. And she just alerted to you all that one of your colleagues had collapsed. So what would you all like to do?
Continue eating. No.
So, Thorik, from your perspective, there's like a small, not small, there's a large platter of food that was brought up a bunch of breakfast delectables, so pancakes, French toast, eggs, bacon, just in these little separate plates, and you were all given your own little plates to kind of walk around and grab food from this. This was brought in during your conversation for you to eat. So we made your character interested with that and the champagne that was on the table.
It better be there when we come back, okay?
I grab a waffle. I stand up, chair clattering to the floor. Lead the way.
Yeah, and for the two players that kind of missed that portion, you guys were awarded a treasure coffer for returning Evelyn back to her mother safely. That had 1,200 platinum in it, or 12,000.
Why? How?
Because you returned her precious daughter home to her. She thought that maybe you should be rewarded for your efforts. I don't know.
I understand that.
Maybe 1,200 platinum is short change too for someone that's a high seated of the most powerful kingdom in the freaking.
We could literally just buy our own goddamn castle at this point.
No, you cannot. Not
inflation, man. Inflation's about to hit.
I'm just gonna start handing money out like crazy, but now it's gonna cost you 100 gold for healing potions.
And build it back up and make it proper property. Let's start property.
It's an infinite money glitch. We'll have her kidnapped and returned over and over again. Easy.
Oh no, Evelyn's in another castle.
Oh no, here she comes back.
All right, so at this point,
let's get up and.
If Demi and Potato want to ask more specific questions before you guys jump back into character, be my guest, but hopefully that concise. Or if anyone wants to refill things that I didn't give into enough detail, I was trying to give a skimmed answer.
The only thing I was really going to ask is if Relina Liamir has been back in town. She's all.
We haven't gone to see her yet.
We have not seen her, but the party is aware that she should be probably at her shop, Lemir's Emporium of Gadgets and Gadgets.
Oh, she is alive. That means we can meet the weird little NPC I forgot the name of.
It was also hinted at that.
Hey, I offered her a way out. Okay, no, I didn't. I tried to put her in the bag. I can't remember that encounter very well. I'm very tired.
All right.
One.
Yes.
How big is the room we're currently in, and how many people are here?
All right, so the room you're currently in, this would be like a hotel suite. It's very large. There's actually different rooms that lead off that actually have doors to close off and separate. This is like you could almost consider like a presidential suite, man. Like this is a huge living arrangement. The living space you're in right now has probably 3 like 4-person couches kind of placed around a table. Like a large coffee table with a platter of food, as well as there was chilled iced champagne waiting. There's also several recliner chairs. I mean, this space probably could support 14, 15 people very comfortably. And you guys have, I think. Wait, let me count. So there's how many fucking players are there again? 6 of you. But Pyrus and Aniel are not present, so the 6 players plus Nearest. There's 7 people currently present, I believe.
Okay, so it's just the players. No one else is there. Just
and Nira, and her maidservant Sophia, who's kind of tired from running up the stairs.
Who's Nira?
Nira is Evelyn's mother.
My mom.
Evelyn's mother.
The one the high seated.
And the final question: do we have our weapons with us?
Yes, nothing was taken from you.
Well, damn.
Castle.
And I swear to God, if you attack...
No, don't you say that.
Doma, my God, I will...
Moon? No.
So I heard Moonbeam being cast on Nira. I will roll initiative. All right, first thing first. Nira rolled highest. Finger of death on Doma.
Oh no!
But it's a feature. It's not a spell, so you don't get resistance. Oh.
Finger of death. Doesn't that do flat damage, or is it my health?
No, it's like 8d 10 or something. It's a very large.
I cut
amount.
It in half and I live.
No, you wouldn't. It's not a spell. This is a feature one.
What?
And so is that what's happening?
What?
Also, Evelyn probably would join her mother in vanquishing you guys. Probably.
Probably.
So, yeah.
Probably.
And we all know Evelyn is the most dangerous in your group. She's the most dangerous.
She really is.
Yeah.
My HP went up? Well, after I
Not yet. All right. So, any other questions
I question
before
about my level up? But should I wait for until we sleep?
After a long rest. So yes, you'd be level 10. You're currently level 9 until you do a long rest. So you still are missing all your lay on hand hit points. They've all been donated to Annie already because she was starting to get sick. I think you used 1 lucky earlier. I think. So
I am down to 1 lucky.
Right. So yeah, and that kind of covers that. Any other questions?
Oh, yeah, I think I used 2.
We're good.
Great. All right. So yes, Sophia, they're breathing heavy. One of them just collapsed.
As I said, Domo stands up from the table, chair scattering to the ground, grabs a waffle and says, "Lead the way."
Right.
Annie.
Follow me. She turns around, clearly tired, and starts jogging now, not sprinting. And you can tell that she's not able to even jog at the fastest speed possible. Your mother gives you a concerned look, but does not follow your group. So, is there any? Would you like to stay, Evelyn, or would you like to follow your group?
If we're sporting,
Roderick would look at Evelyn if
so
he needs to.
Doma's taking point. He's charging right after there.
Worst case scenario, right through his head right now. He's gone.
He starts
If
choking
you
on
need
the
a little bit longer to kind of catch up privately. We can all probably go.
Yeah, I'll catch up.
Okay.
Doma starts choking on the waffle down the stairs.
Now
Now 2 players.
Anime girl run where it's like a piece of toast, but instead of waffle.
You run right into your real love interest, not Aniel. That's some other person.
Merlina Lemire is suddenly in the
wow! If we remember, she was love Lorne very early on until Orcs broke her little heart. All right, so so Doma's taking point. So everyone's Roderick's following. Yeah. All right. Thoric, are you following? Okay, you're following.
Yeah, no, I'm right after Doma. I was with him the whole time.
So then, Baldric, are you able to respond or not, Matt? You unmuted yourself, but I hear nothing.
Totally follow. He'd go check on
I'm going to assume that Baldric's going to follow.
I have a
then.
good feeling, but yeah.
All right. So Baldric,
Wouldn't.
A little slow, but you guys are now jetting down the stairs, and you go down the same exact route you came back up. You guys enter right back into the base courtyard, like antechamber as you come into the main of the Trelfount, and you're quickly brought to a large waiting room that is a very large rectangular room that it's got like a 15-foot tall ceiling overhead. It has columns placed on the side. It's very open in the middle. There's like a little lavish little fountain that has like water trickling down, and you can see ripples kind of forming it. And then off in one corner, where there's no one else in this room besides a green-skinned Pyrus, and she's currently applying some sort of like cold compress to Aniel, who's currently stretched out on top of what appears to be like a marbled like bench, effectively. And Aniel appears to be the one that has collapsed. Go figure.
Who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed? It could have been Pyrus. It could have been. She could have just right now.
Yeah.
Just casually dies. Struck down by God.
Casually dies. All right, so Doma, you presumably rush up as the rest of you guys.
I rush up, ask, what's going on? What happened?
About 5 minutes ago, she just collapsed. I'm trying to help her, but her vital signs are very weak.
Said something about being in the city making her feel sick. Something we have to get her away from it.
Get out of my way! Excuse me! You orc man! Move! I need to get to her!
And I try to push my way through the beef orc guy in front of me.
I'll think about it. I'll let him through.
Right.
Pause for a moment, absolutely not moving.
So,
yeah, I was like,
Baldric, you make your way up.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Pull out one of my healing kits. All right. Doctor is in! And I start doing vital checks, and I start doing my doctoring checks, and I start checking on all that good stuff.
And now, presumably, you don't have your
dice.
You do not have your character sheet in front of you either, do you? So I'm gonna have to just guess.
I think it's a plus 12 for medicine if you're gonna make me do that.
Well, you got a natural 2, so not doing very good.
Plus 12.
Okay, 14. So your analysis of the situation is kind of right on with Pyrus, which is that her vital signs don't seem to be doing the greatest. Her pulse is weak. Her breathing is irregular, but it is sound enough that she's not dying right now. It says that she's seemingly entered into like a coma-like state. As for solutions, you don't have any. I can't provide you any solutions.
Roger kind of steps next to Doma and asks, "Can you do what you did a bit earlier? Try
Lay on
again.
hands? No, I'm out of
No.
it. But I can try something else. I don't know if it'll work though. I don't even know if I can do it.
What is it?
Actual healing.
Just fuck it. Just try it.
Yeah, I
Try
was
it.
planning
We
on
got-
doing it anyway. Might as well do it now.
What the hell is actual healing?
Kneels down in front of the bench and tries to cast Prayer of Healing.
Prayer Healing is a 10-minute cast.
Well,
Do you mean that one, or do you mean Cure Wounds? Cure Wounds would be probably the one you have. Cure Wounds is the level 1 spell that heals 1d8 plus your mod. Prayer Healing is 10-minute cast, heals 2d8 plus your mod to 5 creatures within the 10-minute period of time.
the 3rd level spell.
3rd level spell. Well, that would be Mass
Casting
Healing
time,
Word.
10 minutes.
I don't think Paladins get
Healing
Mass
Aura?
Healing Word.
Healing aura?
What do you?
I think
there a-
Healing Aura is the one I'm trying to think of.
Okay, let's take a peek here.
Aura Vitality.
Or Vitality. I can't remember which one I wrote. I think I wrote down the wrong fucking
Okay,
spell.
yeah, Aura of Vitality is a 3rd level spell. That will allow you every 6 seconds you can. I think
Yeah,
use
that's the one I. That's the one I went.
use your
That's the one
bonus
I meant
action to
write
heal
down.
someone 2d6. So since you pop
So I can just keep.
every
fucking-
6 seconds, you can throw 2d6 into a creature of your choice within range, if I recall correctly. I'm trying to double check it
Yes.
here.
How does
So
that
yeah,
work?
so
Vitality?
go ahead and roll your 2d6. I think it's 2d6, right?
Yes, I'm looking at it now.
Oh, you're just gonna let Doma cast it? Oh shit. Okay.
No.
Don't get your hopes up. Don't get your hopes up right now.
Yeah, 30 foot
Close enough.
radius. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with you. It's a bonus action. You can choose one creature in the aura, including you, to regain 2d hit points. 2d6 hit points. So
All right. So that's 2d8, right? That's what we said?
2d6. 2d6.
Oh, all right. Let me just eat these back into the abyss. All right. Hopefully this works. 7.
7. Okay. So,
Oh wait, what do I add? I didn't read it.
you
sorry.
add nothing. It's just the 2d6. So
Okay, then yeah.
yeah, it's kind of it's a decent spell. Your
It's
paladins
like
aren't meant to be
Overtime
good.
healing.
Yeah.
For cheap.
All right, so you kind of kneel down, you brush your hair to the side real quick. Baldrick's kind of like standing next to you, right? As you use your holy symbols on your shield, and your shield glows.
And I think my necklace, because
I don't
we
think you have
crafted one.
I don't think you did.
Evelyn literally crafted me a
Yeah.
my holy symbol that I've been using since the shield wasn't usable
All right, so
for a
then
bit.
you. Yeah, did you? I think you guys got a nut somewhere or a seed somewhere, maybe.
Acorn.
It was not the Marleshian, the tree of Marlesh seed. That's for sure, though. I know that's not that.
It wasn't that. One sec. I haven't opened my.
Fine,
Google
you
Doc.
have an amulet. I'm really gonna. It's like 5 silver. I really don't give a damn. All right, so you have an amulet, a jerry-rigged amulet of Marlesh, let's say.
Yeah, it was.
All right.
It was.
You grab
that.
that. You close your eyes for a moment, and there's a green glow, kind of emanating around like the back of your hand, or like through the cracks of your finger, of which then a pulse of air poofs out around you and blows people's hairs to the side for a brief moment. And then as you recognize the spell is in effect, at least you think it is, you look towards Aniel to try to give invigorated healing towards her, which then you consume your bonus action to cast the effect. And you do see a greenish glow form around her, as also little bit like a little bit of somewhat transparent flowers and other nature-ish seeds or leaves kind of float for a brief period of time before they dissipate really quickly. But there's an after image of it, and the spell goes off, and her eyes do open. And she looks very weak still, but she is conscious.
Holy sh. Dead.
Are you okay? Is it getting worse?
Baldrick's gonna pull his head out of his back and then look at her. What happened? What happened? What did we do? What just happened? You! And I point at Doma. What did you do?
I tried something new. Desperate time, desperate measures.
6 seconds
kinda
have gone
was thinking-
by.
You told me you had no more healing.
6 seconds have
You
gone
told
by.
me you had.
You can donate more if you want to do.
Damn straight I do.
Okay.
Do I feel worse doing this?
No.
10 health this
You
time.
feel like a terrible
So
person.
with your doubt initially about actually using mana, not your land hands feature, right? Going, could I contribute mana to this now? Just upon thinking about that, you did prepare the spell in advance, obviously, otherwise you could not be casting this right now, right? And it felt natural to you. It felt like just breathing. Like it wasn't laborious, it wasn't taxing, it was nothing like your previous exchanges. It's much like land hands is for you now, right? Like if your intent is to do it, you have access to it. It's what it feels like right now. It feels like it's a part of you. That's what it feels like. So
How many people were in the room that saw me do that?
Well, the only
That's
other,
the
the only people besides you and Pyrus and Aniel is the NPC Sophia. There's no one else, at least not within vision of you. So every 6 seconds, I imagine you're going to be donating more and more,
10
right?
this time.
After a minute of casting here.
Do you want me to just roll a stack of them?
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine for now. So, Baldric, you notice like every now and then, Domo's like stares at Aniel intently in about a 6 second interval, and there's another like wave of green energy with nature-ish translucent after effects, consistently like hitting her every 6 seconds, basically. So there is a continual investment from him on it. But yeah, you accused him of having more healing magic.
Yes. I do have to split though, but man, I want to see how this turns out.
Okay.
You trickster!
He grumbles to himself as you continue your investment. And then the webcam screw up, whatever. All right, fine. I imagine you're kind of like pushing the old man to the side just a little bit as you stare down at Aniel, who has Pyrus still next to her, and Pyrus is kind of like just like checks the vitals again and seemingly seems more content as each few seconds go by. Pyrus seems more and more happy with her current arrangement. Anything else you guys would like to do right now?
Wow. Roderick wants to cast detect magic. Like we see right between these little spurts.
Yeah, so you can cast it now, and you would notice that there is kind of a concentration of, well, it would be a yellowish glow, kind of like permeating around in through Doma's circuits. He has to concentrate on the spell, so you recognize that he is accessing the same kind of energy that he was using for his land hands when you guys so religiously looked at it a day ago, right? So he seems to have a spell continuously focusing in, and you'll witness one of these discharges as he looks at her. He doesn't have to do any gesture; he just looks at her. Another like wave of energy moves into her. And very similar to like when you guys were just like trying to raw submit in mana, most of it hits, some of it kind of sprays off to the side, but or not sprays, but misses, right? Just not actually hitting the person, but majority of it's hitting her. However, there is, just like the same stuff you saw before, there seems to be a ripple with it and like an absorption of the energy being distributed to her, but you're not seeing any remarkable change into, well, I guess the best way Kyle phrased it was this like empty vessel, right? Just it seems like there's so much there that the paint that you're donating is not enough to actually fill the canvas potentially. That's how he phrased it, anyways.
Yeah.
Do I notice you casting that?
The tech magic, yeah, he does actually. He doesn't get to do it without he has to still do the articulation for it. So it would be obvious that Roderick did cast a tech magic. You guys have seen him do it enough now. It's typically after he would clutch his head, getting a migraine or feeling nauseous. So you know when he's using this ability. Yeah, you know when he's doing it.
Can you see what's making her weaker? Is there anything?
She said that once she came here, she started feeling worse, and Roger kind of look around basically the surroundings to see if there's anything that was kind of maybe out of the ordinary, I guess.
A perception check, just to see if you see anything.
Fudge! I still got I had no rest yet, so disadvantage. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, exhaustion's still on you.
Hot dog, dude.
Owl does not look happy about that.
So we got the low as a 7 right here. So with that, we're gonna have a 13 in total.
13.
Bad.
Not bad. Above halfway.
Yeah, I guess.
You don't see anything that seems alarming to you. Nothing stands to stand out. Not within the 30 feet of where you're in. And this chamber is gosh, probably 25, 30 feet in length. It's a little bit shallow. It's rectangular, so it's maybe like 20 feet in width. But you can pretty much see the entirety of the room and the entrance, and there is no magic that seems to be an alarming magic. Yeah, not with a 14. Nothing seems to stand out.
Yeah, so I mean, currently I don't see anything that's necessarily bad. It's just I don't know. Maybe there's something else that I can't see, or maybe we can get a second opinion in the future. But
I can go try to see if Dr. Wormsworth is available, if you'd like. I wish Kyle was still present for that.
No, he's not here.
I really wish you could help on line up for that.
I'm not sure.
Absolutely not. There's anything that man can do, I can do better. It's probably what Baldric would say. And then Sophia kind of like takes a step back. Okay, I will return to the mistress to alert her of the improvement. Feel free to stay here or follow suit. And Sophia like half inclines and then backs out, leaves the group of you there.
That encounter, can I do an insight? Just see like if she's surprised by the whole fucking healing thing.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, no, you cannot. You were too distracted. Yeah. Someone else could have done it, but not you. You were a little bit like, I gotta get things done.
I do gotta get things done.
You could insight her on her departure, but that's not what you were looking for there, right? Is you were looking for how she responded to healing. And no one else did anything with it, so everyone was just focusing on Daniel there. So yeah,
yeah,
he did just heal someone, and we're like,
I know, right?
More than lay on hands, real spells.
Lay on hands is real healing. God damn it!
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's real healing.
It's like an inner font of power. It's not me using mana.
This is your first time using mana, and it felt just the same. All right,
I thought you were gonna just stick me with lay on hands. Like I was gonna cast it and it was gonna fizzle.
Well, you have learned that you can use mana now, provided you have a spell to do it with.
Shit, dude.
All right.
So, Dom, how long is that? How long will this last? Can you, or how long can you do this? A little bit longer.
Anil, how are you feeling?
Slightly better. It's still very dizzy.
Can you explain what's going on right now? What do you feel?
Where are we again?
We're in the Trelfount in Windheim.
What would be an older name for Windheim? Would I know? I wouldn't know. I look over to...
There would not even be a history check that you could... not with
your plus one. I'm not even from this fucking plane. I look over to...
Yeah, the highest roll you could do would be a 21, and you would not be able to get anything beyond that, so...
Is there like a city here before or something like that? Older names. Evelyn?
Evelyn's not there. She's up with her mother still.
Oh, she's up with her mother!
I don't want to do any rolls. I'm sick of this. I'm taking disadvantage.
Thor pretty much is almost not going to get it either.
No, he's from the Underdark.
The only one that could help is who's not here.
But Baldric's kind of senile, so we're not even going to have him roll. Okay?
And he's not here.
Would there be that in some kind of history class that maybe talk to the students?
Are you asking if Roderick can do it? Yeah, Roderick, make a history check with your disadvantage. Good luck.
Oh, all right. We're gonna have faith in these guys.
I lent him my lucky. I lent him my.
You can't do that, and you know it.
I become a halfling right now. Was one of them really high? And
one of them was really good.
Yes, it was a 17 and a 4.
A 4. All right, total. Total would be what, like a 10? You only have a +1 intelligence.
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah. You got nothing comes to mind. You're kind of just more like in the moment. So no, you do not remember there is a predecessor named Windheim. Not right now. It's not dawning on you. You're just tired, man. You're really tired.
Yeah.
Kind
of letting the world go by you at the moment. It's kind of playing catch up.
It's kind of a blur.
But staying here for sure is not going to be the option. So, was it better when you were in the Laurels?
I think so. Definitely not feeling good right now. Even after, and your spell has finished by now, right? It's been a minute, but you've been dumping into it.
I'm saving another spell in case she faints again.
I do remember getting sick, starting to feel sick. When we were passing by the garden trees.
The garden trees. What kind of trees were they?
I think it was a garden.
Do I know what she's talking about?
Are you talking about the park?
And then it dawns on Doma that yes, she's talking about the park.
Okay.
Grandview Park. It was like the only place that had vegetation because the rest of the city was very sterile.
So it felt worse when you were over there?
Oh, well, I remember feeling sick when I went by that. And then continuously sick since.
Are you sure it's not just coincidence that you just got sick and it just happened to be around that place?
Of course that's possibly what's happening. I don't know. Back up into the room with Evelyn and her mother. So you chose to stay behind.
Yeah.
So
Curse you in your non-knowledge.
Your mother.
I need it.
Your mother looks at you, concerned, but as everyone runs down the stairs, you hear their footsteps descending down. Presumably there's something you wanted to discuss, otherwise you would have followed. So she looks at you expectantly.
I know we don't have much time since the council's gonna reconvene soon, but I'm sorry that I failed in my original mission for you, but I think it's safe to say that there was something not right going on there, and it was,
Well, there's definitely lots of things that we should still discuss in higher detail.
Yeah.
I recognize you want to go check on your friends, which is very true.
Yeah.
But there's no rush. I will be available later, for sure. Where do you plan on being for the majority of your day?
Well, I was going to ask you, is the house ready for guests, or should we stay somewhere in town?
Well, it's a mess, but, I mean, I'll have Sophia start working on it then.
And then also, one last thing before I go check on Aniel, is if you know anything about the hungering one, we did have something happen recently, and something that I think might be important, but I just don't know how yet. But
So you know your mother pretty well.
Yeah.
And as soon as you mentioned that name, her face got incredibly serious. I know about that. But we can talk about that later.
Yeah. I'll meet you at home then, later.
Very well.
All right.
Be safe.
Also, Mom, healers in the city, I know it's complicated, but I don't know what kind of healer Aniel needs, and I don't think it's a normal person that can help. Is there anyone you can think of? Should I ask?
Yeah, this person's the one that you have been doing gymnastics to avoid. So I really don't know what to recommend for you,
Mom,
darling.
I think she's a celestial.
Straight up.
But I don't know much about it. I don't know much about her. She's very cagey with her answers when we've asked her. And there's more information that I definitely need to tell you about the situation with her, but I think she's from another plane.
In this moment, you hear footsteps coming up the stairs, right? And then Sophia, kind of really tired looking. Good news.
Yeah.
She's unconscious again. Mrs. Astiras. So your guest is awake.
Thank you so much.
Good to hear. Thank you. Sophia, if you would be a dear and head to the estate and start cleaning that for guests. Of course. I'll not right
No
now.
rush.
When
No
you catch a
rush.
rush. Yes, no rush, dear.
No rush. We'll be there later. But
Right.
he has a couple things to do, so no
Sophia
worries.
kind of half nods and then she just
Run.
turns and starts walking.
Poor girl.
You hear it's
Run
now,
and
it's very
run.
shallow steps. She's not running. She's walking. She seems obviously tired. Celestial.
I think so. If there's anything you've heard or know about it, I want to. I feel like there was. Yeah,
Why?
there's something going on above us, and I just don't know what it could be. But
Well,
I just don't know if you've heard anything, or your network has heard anything about it.
I mean, I know quite a bit about many things. You're giving me very few. Celestials are creatures from a different plane. You seem to already be aware of that. You should also know
They
that,
came
Master
here-
Ori.
They came here looking for something else. They were trying to stop something else from happening. But I don't know much more than that, really. I mean,
Well, all right. So let's focus on the things important.
Yeah.
She's sick. You said.
ever since, well, I think she healed us in a fight in the mines. There was something that happened.
Healed?
I'm not entirely sure, but I think we may have died, and she may have brought us back. And ever since this incident, she's been steadily getting worse and worse and worse and worse.
These are
It's a
very
lot.
important things
I
that I
know.
maybe should
I've
have.
been trying to ease you into things. It's not working
You-
because you really need to know things.
You think
but
you died?
maybe. Only she could really tell us, but she won't really tell us what happened.
Assume you're dead then.
I know, and I just kind of like put my arm around her and just like, it's a lot. I've been through a lot in the last couple months, but
Let's go check on your friend, if
Yeah.
you would.
Yeah.
So
I'll
she starts walking, but like waits for you to like walk with her basically, and
walk
then
with
you
her, yep.
you two start walking down the stairs. Of which it's be around now because your guys' conversation continued a little bit that both the Zastiras entered into the room with you guys with Aniel conscious at the moment. So you hear them enter in. No Sophia, just the two of them right now. Two elves, high elves. And Evelyn's mother kind of like moves to the side, but is not within like 15 feet of Aniel. She's a little bit further back, but she's definitely ain't put into a position where she can easily see like all of Aniel at this moment. Yeah, that's so I believe that right after I got by the park, that's the last thing I remember. And then since then, and then we were waiting in here, but it took you all so long, and I couldn't hold on, and I guess I passed out.
Have you felt better since we moved away from the park in any manner? Is it getting worse?
I'm feeling nauseous still now. Pyrus chimes in. She was mentioned that she was getting a really bad headache. A really, really, really bad headache. And we just kind of sat her down right here. And I was just holding her hand. And then she kind of just slumped to a side after that. But she was like that for 15, 20 minutes maybe before I guess you all got notified. I mean, that's when I was... Yeah, so I went to a corner, shouted for help. Luckily, there was someone nearby. They, I guess, went to get you all. Maybe I should go look for some potable solutions in town. Because I don't feel like I'm very helpful here. And you see, like, she's kind of like fummages through her bag real quick, and like kind of slumps on her shoulder and stands up. Yeah, that's a good idea. I will be right back. Just gonna go look for healing remedies. And she excuses herself away from you all, unless you stop her.
I would just tell her like where to look. give her some directions to help her on her way, I guess.
All right,
No,
make a history
gonna not do
check.
that?
Make a history check. How acquainted are you in healing remedies inside Windheim? Because I don't think that this is something you normally participate in, so that's why I'm having to roll.
That's true.
Yeah, kind of privileged. So.
Probably it's gonna be no. What was it?
Yeah, do a history check. Just want you to know
History?
how familiar you are with this city, in that avenue specifically.
15.
15.
That's better than I thought.
All right, so there are places that would have that would stand out to you. So Wormsworth's Grander View Clinic in the Pikes Point Plaza would be a place that you could go. But they're more like a typical doctor. You wouldn't just be like, hey, give me potions, right? They're going to want to see you, patient history, stuff like that. They're like a normal normal clinic. But that would be a really good point to go, not probably for pirates to go get some kind of immediate healing help. But there's 2 magic shops that would be possible too. And those both happen to be in the Orient district. Lemire's Emporium would be a place that does sell magical healing potions. And then there is... Hold on. Oh, I really was trying to test my brain to see if I remembered it, but apparently I don't offhand. Should be 19. Nope, not 19. It's called Real Enchants. Is what it's called. It's also in the Orient district, I believe. Right?
All right.
Yes, it is in the Orient district. So you say, hey, go to the Orient district. And Pyrus is like, not sure what that is, but... And you're like, oh yeah, it's the east side of town, towards the harbor. And then so Pyrus kind of nods as she then makes her way out. And as she's leaving, actually, there are 2 soldiers kind of are like near the front, so apparently a high watch, seemingly kind of concerned with the commotion. And after like a brief exchange, you kind of hear them like talking between them and Pyrus. One of them follows Pyrus as if escorting her towards the exit. The other soldier stands by, but gives a decent space between the door and him, right? So he's within field of view. If you looked out the door, you could see him, but he's on the far wall looking towards it, just probably keeping tabs on all you guys in your positions, because with all these people scattering in different angles, they probably got a little alarmed. Because who knows how many of you are actually assassins here to kill high-seated members. So there, no regicide happening today.
Put your hand down.
Please no.
The only one I don't trust right now is Demi, because,
Moonbeam.
previous experiences.
Don't let them hear about anybody being
You
harmed.
can't judge a book based on its previous owner history, okay?
Hey.
You can't judge
You mean like that king?
many
That
people he
king
murdered.
that didn't get a chance to actually get to read the book?
That king deserved it.
Oh, we didn't get to read the book with that king, though. Just Moonbeam.
Okay, so
That was known for regicide.
okay,
It's
so
fine.
is there room by Aniel to go? Can I go over to her, or is she
Yeah,
already
she's
like
still-
full of
she's-
people are everywhere?
She's actually like sitting up now, but she's hunched over, right? Like as if she still has like abdomen pain at the moment. And she has her hand clasped around her abdomen itself, clutching as if she's got like an upset stomach. She does look like it's someone who's sick, right? Just like they don't look like they're having to focus to stay conscious kind of thing, right? Like you can tell
Yeah.
that they want to sleep, but so she still looks ill, but she is awake.
And you said you started feeling ill after we went by the park, like, and then like, did it get progressively worse, or has it stayed the same?
Definitely feeling weaker as we went on. That was just, I remember seeing the trees and kind of it juxtapositioning where I should be happy but wasn't happy. That's why I can remember that right now.
Anil, you asked where we were earlier. Do you know of a spot that could do this to you?
No, I have no ideas. So I'm not really in the right of mind right now.
Could it be DM? Could it be the stone? Like, could I do a check? Would I know if the stone the city is made out of could affect someone negatively?
Make an Arcana roll.
Eh?
Nope. That one.
That one. So you can't critically fail skill checks, right? You can only critically fail and critically succeed attack rolls.
Yeah, but
But-
even with what I have,
Yeah, I
what
know,
is
I'm
it?
just-
Arcana?
Yeah.
My Arcana's plus 7, so 8.
Yeah, it's not going to be really enough. There's not much that immediately sparked into your head right now as you're all kind of racking your brain around it. Niera does chime in. Perhaps if she left the inner city, if that's the stimuli that started making her feel ill, we can.
I'm thinking too.
Yes.
What?
Getting
Hold
back to
on.
the Laurels for now.
Why would being in a city make her ill?
Because she's not like the rest of us.
Why is this city so special then?
I just point at the
That's a good
stone. Have you
question.
not noticed the stone?
Well, I have
like any other.
remarked actually. Chime in on about that. I'm surprised my daughter didn't put it together earlier. You were taught this surely by Master Ori. Windheim has protective wards around the inner city.
That's true.
Oh,
To
Words?
Evelyn.
What kind of words? And how do you exempt someone
I
from
only wanted Evelyn to get 12 or higher to remember at this moment in time. It wasn't even that hard of a check, but she rolled
Oh.
I rolled a 1.
What are the
Curse your
words
nat ones.
protect against?
Yeah.
So maybe with the what you told me, my dear, maybe there's some.
I didn't think of that, but that makes sense. We should get her out of the city immediately then.
Effectively
We'll just turn
anything,
off the wards.
anything extra planar should
Or
struggle.
not this plane, yeah.
Correct.
Would be sick.
Wait,
Didn't even think of
oh,
it.
I feel different here.
You do not feel any ill intentions, nor have you noticed anything feeling odd about you.
Wild.
So, her story is lining up about
there's-
actually not being from here.
Is there a safe place outside of the inner city that we could take
The
her?
Laurels,
That you know of?
right?
Oh well,
Well, yeah,
yes.
but
Anywhere in the Laurels would be appropriate. The wards are incredibly powerful here in the Trelfount, so at minimum we should get her out of the Trelfount. But there's several inns out there. I think
Anything specifically
Geldens
around the
is
park that
probably
could have
the.
started this?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that, dear?
Is there anything specific around the park that could have started this? That's where it started.
That's where the wards start, I believe.
Yeah, that'd be about where the
Roughly.
pylons the spires start appearing. So their sphere of influence would be registering around there. So yeah, I would recommend maybe there's a common place in the Laurels called Geldens. You could go there. I can send.
Where's Relina
Well, I
shop?
can't
Up
send
here or down
Sophia.
there? I can't remember.
Relina? Oh, she would be in the Aurea district. Is where she would be right
Yeah,
now.
we can come back. Our priority should just be taking care of Annie. I'll get her out of this area. Head to the Laurels. You said Galvins?
Geldens would be the one
Geldens.
that just comes to mind. I don't participate too much time out in the outer city.
All right. Is there something that we can, like a carriage or something we can, I guess, borrow to get Annie out of this part of the city a little quicker?
Either that or I carry her.
Jeez, that's a really, really interesting question. On-demand carriages for guests.
I'm not saying on demand.
Would they have an on-demand here?
You
I
can
don't know
have
if it would.
anything
They
with
could
a
arrange
flat
something, I'm sure. I don't know
I
if
mean,
they would
yeah,
have
I mean-
on-demand carriages, but they could probably use their own.
I mean, with people, rich people coming around, you think they're gonna have
I
carriages,
know.
you
The more I think about it, there should be for some reason I want to say no because I don't want there to be a bunch of carriages on the high road. I just don't want there to
Yeah.
be. I want it to be like a scenic route.
Right?
So I'm trying
Perhaps
to think
you
of
need, like, a pass to drive a
what's
carriage
cooler.
across it.
So
Royal
as
pass
she
coming
thinks
through.
about it, I could arrange a carriage though. By the time it gets here to be prepared, that's a luxury and it takes
Right.
time to assemble it. So you would definitely be able to move by foot faster.
Would you
Well,
allow
then-
Doma to summon? He has a mount. Maybe that would at least ease the burden of getting her out of the city.
I was about to
Of
put
course,
her on it and ride her out of this castle. with
the
it.
high watch answered to me. They're not going to. Well, they answered the general turn, but they respect my decisions as well.
Let's do that.
All right. Scoop my arms under Andiel and lift her up, giving her no chance to stand on her own.
Okay.
Start carrying her out of the building.
Yep. And you know that
Let's go,
you
sweetheart.
recall you've carried her numerous times before. She is a really
Numerous
light.
times.
Yeah, there's the whole backpack annual situation. So she's a very light individual. Her frame is not incredibly light, but she just is lighter weight, probably because she's not the same entity that you are. So you start making your way towards the exit, where you do, as you leave the room, you do see that there are 2 high watch that were off to on the same side of the wall that you're coming out of, but they were positioned far enough away where you wouldn't be able to see them immediately as you like left. And so you recognize there was actually 3 high watch watching that door as you were. One of it's right in the door frame on the opposite side of the wall, and then 2 at the side adjacent to the doors you're leaving. But
so someone was watching the room?
Just watching your guys' room. But this would make sense because this is the palace, and they're not going to let unknown guests just walk around without being,
watched.
Eyes kept on top of you. So without that in mind, though, as you don't care, like you're leaving, so you just make your way towards the inner chamber, because you've just walked through this several times now yourself, and you find the giant arched door, which is currently open with all its like extra like filigree on the side of it, and you walk right outside of the Trelfount. You see the ramp leading down the high road, and it's just one giant leap. And now you're like, I'll remind you, you're like 55, 60 feet in the air right now where you are. On this giant like overpass like structure, and you can see to your left, you can see the right. It's a very beautiful blue crisp day outside. White clouds kind of just floating around, completely not in the same atmosphere of how you are feeling the stress with you and Annual's health declining as rapidly as it did. But you would you hear occasional seagulls off to the coast, the shore over to the side, and you start just your jaunt down, basically. Of which, is everyone following, or some of you staying?
We're all going, I'm pretty sure.
All going, okay.
Yeah.
So, Pyrus is left already, a call autofollow, Baldric autofollow, mumbling to himself, of course. Oh, damn Wormsworth. Anyway, so, you all make your way down. Now, as you guys are traversing here, those of you that are have the more luxury to yourselves, not carrying someone else, you get to take another scenic route. And you guys got a pretty decent description of the Aurora district down south of you, being this like giant. There's a giant school campus in there, very prominent building, very huge like arch on top. Not arch. Oh, why can't I think of the term right now? Bell-shaped structure. Have you've been to the courthouse, right, Donnell and Kent? Do you know what that's called? Those like giant. It's kind of like. Why can't I think of it right now? It's complete. Now it's pissing me off. It's like, well, I know what this is.
The columns?
Not the columns. There's this like giant dome structure in the center of it. It's kind of like the White House has.
Oh, I haven't been inside of it. I've only been the outside.
All right, whatever.
Oh,
fine.
I know, yeah.
But it's like a dome.
Yeah,
Like a
sure.
dome.
I dome.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, so spherical, half semi-sphere, semi.
It's a dome.
Dome. Yeah, I give up. All right, that's gonna really piss me off when I listen to this later.
Where's my house on this map?
You're the Verdant Rose. That would be 16.
Okay, that's what I figured.
That's where the finer people
so
happen to be. So, but yeah, so the Northern District, as you guys are walking down, you would see that there are many large buildings here that all have a variety of very unique shapes compared to some of the other districts within view. You see that there does appear to be an area that has this like white structure that seems mostly to have a bunch of vegetation and green life just kind of sprouting out and like intertwined and crawling all around it. It seems like it looks like it's intentional that way. There is a massive, like the best way to describe it would be kind of like a lighthouse, position 5 here. You can see this, and Thork, then you immediately know what that's related to. That's related to Dravalor. It has all his aesthetics all on it. There's this giant square, or it's rectangle really, but square-shaped foundation, tall tower, and at the very top, it looks like a lighthouse, basically, right? And there's these chains that come down from the lighthouse that connect to the buildings to the side of it. So one from this corner to that corner, and then one from here to that one. And they're just part of this huge apparatus supporting this giant pylon. You guys, from a quick assessment, that looks like it's
there's one up there, right?
The Court of Reverence, which is the religious district. And then another, probably the last thing that we really talked about that stands out dramatically is the Halo Chantry, which is number 6. That is a cross-like building from an eagle eye view down below, but there's this giant spire down the middle of it, like kind of like a spike that peaks right up, a huge cathedral. I'm out of nouns. Parapet, I think it's what's called. And at the very top of it, there is a circular halo that just is floating. It doesn't have a golden sheen to it. It does look like it's made out of like some kind of metal, but it just floats around kind of like a slight tilt. But it definitely stands out. Maybe 3 or 4 stories up, this halo spike.
But the words?
What was that?
Is that the words, or is that something else?
No, it's the halo around the Halo Chantry.
Gotcha.
Which is just another one of these like cathedral/religious temples that exist inside Windheim. So you see that to the north, and then you would see to your south the Ordisis. And you guys quickly make your way down the high road, where you're passing by several other high watch members who aren't really giving you too much time of day, or whether they're watching you but they're not interacting with you. And
you realize we're leaving and don't need to do anything about it.
Well, they didn't really interact with you terribly much either on your way up. They just watched you on your way up. You were stopped at the gate, and that's where your interaction with them happened to be, but you were escorted by Captain Krogar. As you make your way towards the gate is opened. There are a couple other people that are currently trying to like get their way entry into it right now, and as you go by, you are temporarily stopped, but then as they like look at the lot of you, they just kind of back off and let you walk right out. There was kind of a halt, and then went, oh, never mind, be on your way, and then you chant your way or jog your way out.
I would have already been on the mount.
Oh, so you would have done that back here, basically?
Across the bridge.
Ah, yeah. Right. Well, then, so you summon...
Time is of the essence.
Vortex. So you go ahead and spend your 2nd level spell slot. Another one of those today. Vortex appears. This would change the outcome of the guards, by the way, a little bit. If you're...
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So you get on the elk, and you wait for everyone, and you're gonna walk at the same pace as them, or are you just gonna? I'm off ahead. What's the move here?
I'm gonna try and get to the other side of the bridge, away from where the main warding would be, as quicker.
So you're not. I'm going to say, are you going to travel the same pace with the group, even though there's a steed, or are you going to leave the group behind because this horse is the elk is much faster?
I'm gonna leave the group behind, but slow down near the other end of the bridge.
Okay. So yeah, as it enter into a gallop or not?
Wait.
How fast are you trying to make this elk go? Are you going to trot? Are you going to gallop? Or are you going to just move at a comfortable pace? What's the move here?
I don't want to like a decent pace, but not like overly rushed. I don't want to like shake Annual's entire being by like galloping full speed down the fucking
I won't
bridge.
even need a roll for this. You are aware that if you probably made that beast go at an even moderate pace, the guards are probably going to interfere with you and cause you more problems than help. They're going to slow you down. Because that would seem very hostile to someone suddenly looking like they're fleeing from the palace and on a horse with what appears to be a wounded member of their party that just gained entry in, right? Like there could be some tomfoolery with that, and there's definitely going to be some. So you know this. I don't even want you to roll. You know this would happen.
Oh yeah, I don't go super fast then.
All right. Thank God. All right, so then you
full speed blast past the guards.
So for the sake of convenience, you will be moving just slightly faster than the group who are spending more effort to keep up with you, and you all leave together. So none of the narration I gave a moment ago has changed. The guards do not interact with you besides the very end. There was a halt, but then they feel free to leave, and then you walk right past the portcullis, and you see the giant statue of these 3 figures kind of clustered together in this weird formation. There is no school of little children there watching the statue, getting some kind of field tour right now. That was 30 minutes ago. But you see all the green groves and the open field and the artificial lake, and you have a choice. You are currently right here on the map, and you could go anywhere you want. Technically, you control where you go.
Would I know where Galvin's is? Galden's?
Roll a hit. Yes, you do. You know. I really want to say you wouldn't because it's the Laurels, but maybe you would have heard of this place. So
history check is like 20-something. Right. 19 plus 7.
Great. I really didn't want to make you roll, but yes, you know of Geldens. Geldens would be the little spot 24 actually on the map.
Only one mark.
It is a really massive like hotel. is what it happens to
Gotcha.
be. And it makes sense that this would be the one that your mother would know, because if you're coming in from south or north,
Right.
if you're coming from south, you're going to see this building as like the last prominent business before you get on the bridge.
They're rich people, isn't it?
It's not actually incredibly rich. It's rich for the Laurels, but not compared to inner cities.
I think it's rich for the area.
Yeah. So they're going to charge a medium price for.
I spent some time there in my youth, you know.
Yeah, you probably,
The
when you're
Laurels?
this close to home, you
Laurel.
probably just went through
Yeah,
the
I've seen
freaking
it before.
bridge, right? But, you know, if you had company, maybe, I don't know why you would know this place. That's why I was really having to make it a roll. But otherwise, you know of its existence.
But I know the Laurels, and I've explored the Laurels as well.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So I just know general direction. I've never maybe have gone there, but I know
Yeah,
where
you know,
it is.
hey, that's where the Taco Bell is, on that corner over there. I don't eat Taco Bell, but I know that's where the Taco Bell
But I
is.
know where it is.
Right, okay. So with that, you guys are here. So you know that you guys would want to head south. That's what you'd want to do. Mrs.
Head and sail.
All right, so the party heads south, walking past the gardens. You now see the very like kind of almost bleached orangish look of Pikes Point Plaza. Again, the southern Pike Point Plaza is much more of like a coastal vibe to it. I don't know why Bob Ross is being shown, but okay. There's like mosaics like
That's
on the
what I was
ground,
reading.
a
I
lot
was
of
like,
tile
I
everywhere.
was
Just feels like almost like if you went to like a pool, someone's pool that gets lots of sun exposure, and it looks like it's intentionally tinged a bleached look, not the pristine white that's almost everywhere else in the inner city. You walk right past that. You get to the gate where there would be the tribune that would stop you, but they do not seem to be terribly inconveniencing you. There's a small check of someone kind of like implying like, what's your business? You got everything you need? You're like, yeah, we're good. You make your way past the gate, and you are now down on the bridge. There are a large amount of people congregating here. You are noticing that there is an increase in activity on this bridge compared to the bridge you were previously at, which makes more sense. The Laurels is more populated on the southern half of it than it is on the northern half of it. You get yourself across the bridge, and then right to your right is a giant 3-story building that is rectangular. Does not have has several like smokestacks coming out top of it with smoke coming out of them. Fire pits presumably for different pits inside this place. And there's a very large flat sign on it, not erected out, but flat on the front door of it, above the front door, I should say, that says Geldens on that. And there are like I can't believe I can't think right now. I don't know why I can't think of now. It's the thing that you would tie a horse to. The wooden pole.
Post.
A post.
Yeah, like a tack post.
Yeah, there's a post with several animals already like not ratcheted, but tied to that right now, waiting up front. All of them being horses at this point. You stroll up on your demon elk. There's a couple cursory glances of many people kind of like looking at your direction, but no one involving yourself. There is no spaghetti hand kid this time, just gawping at you there, Demi. But you guys are
Demon man riding demon elk. What's there to see?
So as you get to the front of it, you vault off of your steed. You acquire Aniel, who I guess you bring her down to her feet, and she is standing. She does seem to be able to stand at the moment.
Are you feeling better, Aniel?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay. So it's probably the warts.
But seems to be
like
the
it.
case. So this is the place we're supposed to just rest at, I guess?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Of which, Thoric, you take charge. You waltz up, you push the door open. Ding, 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 ding. There's a bell. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick on one of you. You're just the one I'm picking on. So you enter the place first, but you hold the door open. You're a gentleman, aren't you not?
Yeah, I hold it open at first, but because I hate Aniel and slam it in her face. No. Yeah, I hold the door.
Stupid celestial.
Luckily, everyone else goes in
Not-
first, so it's very deliberate that we know that you hate Aniel specifically. Okay, so everyone then kind of like funnels inside. Baldric's still muttering himself. Pyrus MIA. Ikal kind of like, I want to go fishing. And there is like a waiting area here. It's a rectangular area. There are several benches to the left of you. There's windows that are currently got the drapes rolled open. There's sunlight coming inside. It's reasonably warm. You can hear a bunch of chatter and noise off to the right. There's this like little downward dip and there's like an eating arrangement down below, and that area is like a giant square taking up probably the bottom right half of the building over there, and that's where all the noise is coming from. There's a bunch of people in the restaurant section, and there is a large bar up front, not for in the eating area, but where you are now, where there seems to be two people in line, or one person in line, and one person currently being inquiring to either a bellboy or some sort of service person up there. So this is like, going to why am I so dead tonight? What is a hotel name? Motel, not motel. A hotel.
Hilton.
Hilton. Yeah, it's like going to Hilton, where they get enough action here that they actually have people staffed consistently, and not just
concierge.
And not just one person. There are 3 people here that are willing to help other individuals. One person's currently being helped. The other person's behind that's waiting in the line, kind of like tapping their foot, like, why am I not being helped? Well, you see, there's 2 other people that are completely available, but for some reason that person's not being helped at this exact moment. As you get like right behind them, there's a mutter before there's that awkward moment of like, are you in line? And the person's like, yes, I'm in line. And then that's where someone from the front, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were with them. Please come on up. Oh, damn fucking shit. And he comes over and goes into that spot where that person starts helping them. Apparently he was wasting his life. And then there's a third person far to the left who recognizes you're not with that individual, so they kind of wave you over to them. Yeah, what can I do for you?
No, I'm kidding.
Quiet bunch, aren't you?
I thought
we need several rooms.
Several rooms. How many rooms?
How do you want to split this up?
That's
you would ask. You would ask everybody else.
I don't need a room. I don't know who else wants to stay here.
Sure.
All right. So it sounds like we have 1 room on the docket right now.
Well, I'm trying to count our party, but most of them are missing, so I'm going, wait a minute, how many people do we have?
Do we have accommodation in the inner city? This is just for Aniel,
Kyle's
right?
not with us, though, when we come here, right? So he can get his
No,
own
he should be
later.
with us. He would be with
would he
us.
be with us?
Of course, I need somewhere to sleep when I'm tired.
So, Baldric, I call. Demi, Aniel, probably sharing a room, and then Thorak, and then Roderick if you want one. Otherwise, if you wanted to... My mom has offered generously to let us stay with her, so...
Yeah, that's
anyone who wants to stay there can...
Alright, well then, so... 4 rooms? How many rooms?
I'll go to the other city with you, yeah.
Alright, so you 2 or not. Got it. You 2, the 2 elves, no. The orc gentleman, yes. The red-skinned gentleman, yes. The pale blonde woman, that's 3. The old man, I'm sorry, old man. The senior citizen, 4. Did you just call me old? I'm still in my prime.
5.
5. All right, 5 rooms. Great. It's going to be 1 golden room, 1 a night.
What the fuck?
Your eyes are very wide there, sir. Is there a problem with that?
Right, I was just checking my pockets. I actually have a lot of gold. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, it'll be fine.
I'll throw down some gold. I'll pay for 2 nights for them, and then the rest they can take care of.
All of them? So that'd be 10 gold up front?
Yep.
All right.
God damn!
Perfect! All right. Your rooms,
the party fund.
Your rooms are conveniently all on the 2nd floor. We'll keep you all clustered right together. So here are a series of keys, and they hand you out, not like literal 3-dimensional, but it's like a disc, or not disc, a card, right? It has this weird like etching on the tip of it.
Like a rune.
Yeah, it's kind of it's kind of like if you went to, I don't know, Disneyland, and you went to, like, they gave you those plastic cards, but these ones are carved out of wood, and they have a rune on them.
ID card. We got it.
Yeah. So they hand you out that, and on the card mentions your door number. I really don't care what door or room you happen to be in. So you have 5 rooms.
Good lord.
I want to know which one I am in specifically, because I want this one every time I come back. All right, so you get your rooms. Do you want to do anything with? Do you want to go to them right now, or do you want to just got them and you're happy?
Let's get Aniel
I'll be the
rested.
last one with the guy.
What time of day is it roughly?
Oh, noon.
I pull up my clock and check the time
sorry,
exactly.
you traveled for about half the day. It's
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's
Did you
later,
wind up
right?
at
2 p.m., 2 to 3.
Yeah.
Actually, right now. Sorry. Yeah, 2
How
to
much
3.
is it?
How much is
I
what?
checked the clock.
Oh, God.
How much is it exactly, Mr.
Oh my
DM?
god.
Your
I forgot
clock,
you had
your
the clock.
clock, it's got to use your error. And you weren't here the last episode, so you forgot to wind it. Oh, jeez.
No, I think you
So
would have remembered.
it currently says it's 11. Wow, man.
That's odd. That's really
No,
odd.
it's like
Okay.
it's 3:30. All right, let's say 3:22.
Okay.
3:22 p.m. As an extra.
3:22.
Can I get
I'll
some
tell my
if we
party
can
member.
let Aniel rest. Do you guys want to get something to eat?
Really important use of time here.
Actually, eat more, since we got a little interrupted.
Yeah.
I'm a little
Speaking
full.
of, I have to go get my dinner from the door, so I'll be back.
Okay.
I can keep an eye on her for the time being. I had plenty of my fill back at the other place.
I'm not really hungry, but I would love to rest, so I could go to my room now.
Yeah, that'd be fine if you want to. It seems pretty secure here. It doesn't seem like anything is gonna out of the way would happen, right? Okay.
Right.
Coughing to his shoulder. Nothing bad could happen here. Come back, Anna's been massacred. Blood everywhere. Tomo just like, I should not have left her. Alright, so you hand her key, and you just, hey, go up there, you're an adult. She sheepishly heads up the stairs on her own, concerned from Roderick's comment that everything will be fine. And she breaks line of sight. So
Did I plant the flag?
you just started the
You
calamity
certainly
course.
started a quest flag.
That's it. You know. Also, bam! There's Lavolt. Just instantly disintegrates you too. Okay. So the rest of you are downstairs still. As she heads up on her. Yes, Pateo.
I would give myself the keys. After everybody disperses a little, I'll just sort of quietly approach him and quietly speak to him. So, how thick are the walls in this place? You see, our two friends or other can be quite loud at night.
Oh, don't worry about that. This Geldins is well renowned for having sturdy, thick walls. So if you are extra loud, your neighbors won't hear it.
Perfect. Good to know. I pat him on the shoulder and I go upstairs as well.
All right, so you follow after Aniel, though maybe about 30 seconds behind her. But she's moving really slow, and so you catch up to her pretty quickly. Now, then you guys both ascend up the stairs. You get to the second floor. Your room is like 2 down from her room. She goes inside her room. I presume you go to your room?
Where's everybody else going? Is anybody else coming with us?
Doesn't sound like it. So the other, God damn it! Yeah, it's not all of you are here. So Baldric and Akal are still downstairs, as is Roderick and Evelyn, and Doma. So that's 5. Yeah, those 5 are still downstairs. So just you and her went up.
Perfect. We'll go into her room.
So you follow her into her
If
room.
she allows it. Yeah.
Yeah,
She allows it.
all right. So yeah, as the door opens, she doesn't she's about to close it, and then there you are, your boot like right in the door frame, and not let it slam shut. Very intimidating.
Yeah. I'll step inside and I'll close the door behind me and I'll lean against it. Alright. Feeling better already? Or not?
I'm a bit. Is something wrong?
No, I'm just trying to scout out what's really going on here. With the runes and the whole celestial thing.
Maybe if you listened to the last episode, you would know.
Good fucking note. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I am feeling better now, though I am tired. I'll just.
No.
She sits down
Yeah,
on.
lay down.
She sits down on the bed. God damn! What is wrong with me? I can't even think of the word bed. God damn it.
I'm sorry, who's upstairs?
Thoric followed after Aniel, but the rest of you all stayed down on the first floor.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's in her
Okay.
room with just him
Interrogating her.
and her. Yeah.
I'd like to cast a spell on myself. I'll cast Protection from Evil and Good.
Okay.
Just in case.
And you literally cast that spell on yourself with your designations of protect me from the extraplanar activities.
Yeah.
It's clear as day as you cast the spell, right? There's somatic and
oh yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't. Yeah, if it's intimidating, even much better.
She does look at you very peculiarly, like with a look of concern.
Right, leaning against the door. He crosses his arms. What's with your facial expression, Laris? Hold on.
I'm really curious of what you're doing here. I was not expecting this at all, 100%. So.
Oh my.
I've met, or I can't really say I've met, but I've had a few close encounters with your kind in the past. So I'll just be straight.
You've had
What the hell
encounters
is
with
your deal?
my kind?
What are you doing with them? What do you want with Doma?
I'm sorry, can we back up? You've encountered my kind before?
Not literally. But that doesn't matter. I know not to trust you like he does, and I know you're playing tricks on him. So I'll ask you once again, what is your deal?
Maybe we should just get some rest right now. I'm not feeling very safe with you here right now, Thoric. I thought I was knowing you, but clearly I don't. Could you please leave?
Well, two of us could say the same. And then I heard all of that yesterday and this today. After the city and those runes, you're suddenly feeling ill.
Right. Well, you're a new member to the group, so it makes sense that you're not as well. So, I think I mentioned it back when it was talked about at the fire, at the house of the fire, right? When we were deciding to chase after. Yeah, and I'm not you. I'm not a half orc. Or human. I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah, you're one of them. I know.
What do you mean by one of
That's what I
them?
mean.
What do you mean by? Because you said that you met my kind before. Have you met a person that had wings out of their back? Have you?
No.
Maybe a man with long silver hair, or one with red hair, or blonde hair. Have you met any men like that before? You can see that she's like clutching the blankets on top of them, and she's like gripping them really tight. You can see that twisting in. She's obviously very uncomfortable with this, with you in
seem
position.
Rather scared.
I have a reason to be. Have you met someone like that? Any men like that?
You have reason to be. Great. We're gonna leave it at that. And just remember, the moment you try to fool Doma, or stab him in the back, I'll be there to catch you. But don't be planning anything stupid against him. I know what your kind does. And I'll pull back and open the door, and I'll slowly walk out and close it.
Fucking bewildering. Nice.
What? Just
Fuck!
That's literally be my reaction.
So you leave. The camera.
She's gonna lay down to go to
since
sleep.
There's not
and
a
then
player
she's gonna
there.
have
There's not really.
exhaustion.
There's no point to really narrate it. But I'm sure she's just awe shocked. The camera would just pan like away, almost like 3-dimensionally out of the room, right? Very dark. Jesus, dude, what the fuck?
He's walking his way. He's like, he's got his arms still crossed. He's
Did
biting
we
on a
see
nail.
him follow her upstairs?
Mm-hmm. It was about 30 seconds behind her, but
Not immediately.
yeah.
And
he
like
was-
he
no
was
one
sitting-
got to question?
no.
I mean,
And,
it looked like he was
Why?
asleep in
I'm
his own
a
room.
trusted party member. What's wrong with that?
So
Argue?
from everyone else's perspective, you hear heavy footfalls on each stair, doo, 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 as their Thoric reappears coming down to the second flight of stairs down to the first floor. And he sees you all as you guys are called still laying up in the lounge, right?
Right. She wanted to rest for a bit longer. Kind of pointless for me to go up there.
You know, I probably should.
Thorak.
Yeah.
Why'd you follow her in the first place?
Oh, just to make sure she's alright. Why?
Insight check. I'm kidding.
That's meta game. I mean, technically, she could insight it right, and if her insight's bad,
Are we getting some food right now, or just to kind of we can talk over what we're gonna kind of do for the next few days, or
well,
does your food also cost 1
I
gold?
just realized that I should probably stay with her doing this, the back with her. So if you are fine with it, I will stay with Anil. That's also a great reason for me not to be in the conversation. So I will be on my way. Don't worry, Domo. I have her situated.
She's gone to sleep, actually. But yeah, you do you.
If she's asleep,
she seemed rather
don't
tired or annoyed. I don't really know.
I will find out anyways. And he starts his ascent up the stairs.
You just want him gone.
Yes, one. I have a call to worry about too, but all right. So, okay.
All right.
Damn the player's not much. A call comes back and suddenly I'm bothered. He's suddenly there. All right, so
he's back.
All right, so there's 6 of you now.
Insight roll. I got an 11.
You don't need to roll anything. You're fine.
I'm sorry. Are you
just kidding
doing that?
No, I didn't say roll, so you're fine.
No, I didn't actually insight.
Yeah, she was just joking. Okay, so
I was metagaming.
Roderick says, let's get something to eat because he's obviously hungry. He did not really participate in the amenities earlier, so you guys make your way down to the lower eating area where there is someone that seats you. How many people in your table? 6. Okay, this way, please. And then you guys get a. Unfortunately, not a booth for 6 people. There's a booth for 4 people, so they end up having to drag 2 square tables together to make it a space. And this should sit 8 people, but you guys get just the extra space for your group of 6.
We need to have booths like Applebee's. Come on now.
There is booths, but there's not that big of a booth. Okay.
Booths like at Applebee's.
They seat 6.
I don't even have.
I don't think I've ever been to an Applebee's.
You're not missing anything.
You're not food wise, but
before Applebee's forgets, maybe they want to sponsor us one day. Applebee's might be a really good establishment. Might be
casually just destroy a future sponsor.
Applebee's here.
Applebee's has got some delectable foods, I think.
It's edible.
Listen, if we're gonna be sponsored by someone, can it be Red Robin? I like the low.
Yum.
All right. So, all right. So you guys get your table and. You order.
They don't exist
you
in
order
Canada.
Food. I don't really think it matters terribly much what you specifically get right now. So you have procured yourself a variety of whatever you want, be it from hamburgers, meat, steak, stew, whatever it happens to be. I mean, we're in the afternoon now, so it doesn't have to be breakfast food specifically. Just Evelyn had a craving for that when she met her mom. So there you all are with the 6 of you right now. Minus Baldric, minus Aniel, minus Pyrus. Is there really 9 of you?
Oh.
God dang, that's
too many.
Oh, Pyrus is never wandering back, and we all know that.
Is that really that?
I was going to mention this in just a second, but I mean, we do have to go back to the inner city at some point, just so you guys know, because Pyrus went and go shopping, and when she eventually comes back, we're not there.
I'm sure my mom has the watch looking out for her. You know, if she needs help.
A wise lady.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah. All right.
So is like chewing on a drumstick or something, or a turkey leg, and he'll just start a random talk conversation. So, where'd you guys last? Eat.
Your microphone's cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting it out.
Alright, I'll try louder. So when did you guys meet her? I mean, Aniel. Was it in the mountain?
No.
Before that. Before then. Good bit before then.
Oh. Do tell.
No matter where we met.
Why do you look so surprised? I'm just curious. It's a lunch talk.
They haven't even really told, I believe, me about where they actually met her before, but it was prior to the mountain. I know that.
I mean, I think it's. I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, they're.
I mean, it really depends. Do you mean meeting real Aniel or fake Aniel?
What is that supposed to mean?
Doma, just tell the whole thing.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Oh my god! So
We kind of rescued her.
Slight pause. We're gonna have this conversation here, and you might have this again with Niera. So I'm just preparing myself for this to be recanted maybe multiple times. Oh my god! All right.
Probably.
Feel free to continue.
Probably.
What, did I miss something? Did we retcon that somehow?
What?
The fake annual?
Oh no, I thought that was. It did no.
I'm still.
Oh, no, just-
Have we even
so
ever
you're
told
sorry,
Annual about
unfortunately.
that?
No, we have not. We have not told her about it.
Well,
That
probably
is
wouldn't
something
know.
I'm gonna have to bring up eventually.
Huh.
Carl looks at
Anyway.
you slightly concerned, but then he has fish in front of him, so he starts eating fish.
Oh, fish.
Cat equals fish. Basically, we met her, or a version of her as Simulacrum. I don't know, some deity was controlling it, I think. And
Oh, boy.
it told us to free her from the necklace, and it's been one thing after another. That was just
Yeah.
a while before we went into the mountain.
She was imprisoned. We
We
rescued
met
her.
her as a
necklace.
bird, believe it or not.
Where'd you find the necklace?
Around
Why
the
was
bird.
she imprisoned?
Was this before or after the
sorry,
the
that-
fort that you
bird?
were all at?
The what?
After the
fort.
fort.
After the fort.
So part of
Was it
last episode.
No, it was.
Potato just.
It was before Broderick died, right?
So part of the last episode was them recanting like their experiences of the
Yeah, fake
storyline.
Annual brought him back.
So yeah, then
Yeah, you missed a lot in
So-
in that terms. Yeah.
yeah. So basically, kind of like a short end of it here. Some of this information was alerted to your character, so they it seems to be that this group got together as new recruits at Fort Hall, and then Fort Hall got attacked by orcs, and then Evelyn was escorted out with some kind of VIP save my ass squad, which was these individuals basically.
Oh, the worst of the worst.
And
worst
they were
squad
they
there.
were definitely
Worst
desperate.
saving.
Let's not, we're not gonna lie. There's no way to lie in it. You guys, they were definitely desperate. So Evelyn got saved by these people. They ran north, and then the rest of the fort, unknown what happened to it. But at this point, you guys know that it actually fell, and there was massive casualties that happened because of the fort falling. And then they kind of skipped over what happened in this part, so you wouldn't really know what happened here. But in this time window would be where they met Aniel, theoretically, because then they ended up in the mountains. So now you would know that later on they somehow got in the man because they think they found a fissure. They kind of skipped over that a little bit. So this is the timeline where you are now. The Fort Tall fell, and then they got into the Undermountain somehow, which you don't even know how they got into it. They haven't told anyone really.
No, I
And-
think we thought we mentioned part of that in the last
muted.
episode. Who?
Yeah,
Ow.
we told my mom.
Yeah, we told basically a good part of it.
So we told Nira,
well, we
and
know
he
it's
was
gone.
there, so he would have known then.
Yeah, but your
How we get
answer
there.
was definitely we found a fissure and we went inside it.
We basically found a fissure, did some puzzles, riddles. That's how we
And
got
out
it.
of character. He's more asking about the bird and the necklace and Aniel specifically.
Yeah, he doesn't care about anything but Aniel, basically, was
Right.
what he's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Laying
this
on
has
us.
not got insidious
Look,
intent.
Yeah.
And it's
Right,
piquing
yeah.
my interest because it's interesting, but.
Well, like, he's not obviously stopping you, but I mean, he's asking about where you meet Aniel. You don't start with, "Oh, I went to kindergarten 3 years." Like, no, you talk about Aniel. It doesn't matter what happened to Fort Hall, especially because we talked about it yesterday, right?
Well, today technically.
So
Yeah.
so he'll ask
Yeah,
about
or-
specific details for Aniel, and so bird and a necklace. And so wait, she was imprisoned. What for? What? Don't tell me you don't know why she was
each other.
imprisoned.
Well,
Do you not think there was a reason
we
for
don't know
that?
all the
I would look
details.
around. Are there people around us?
Yeah, there are people around listening.
Like, lots of people around us.
Are
Is
they
anyone
are they
listening, though?
listening as a separate situation? There are people nearby you. This is a busy. It's afternoons. It's post lunch, early dinner. So there are people here eating. It is populated. At least 25 other people are in the eating area with you right now. Are they all within earshot? Are they paying attention to you specifically? Those would be perception checks to see if people
I'll do a perception check.
are actually interested in your conversations.
I'm
versus theirs.
terrible at that, so I'm not going to this
Yeah,
time.
you're -1. Oh boy, and it looks like Roderick's not even going to. He just gives up.
I have no problem. I was gonna ask to do it, but I'm gonna cast guidance on myself first.
You're allowed to. You can guidance this technically. Yeah.
I will. I will. Just on the off
19.
chance. Please.
19.
Okay, 19. What'd you get, Roderick?
Not good.
Oh, this disadvantage sucks, man.
Well, that's what you get for having.
One and a 3.
This is what you get for having Elrin saving your ass. All right. You ruined an entire plot arc I had by doing that. Goddamn it! So yeah, you better suffer for it.
I think we should.
With the guidance in that, it makes it like a 11.
11. Okay. So,
Nice.
Roderick, you don't think anyone's overly paying you guys are by yourself. Evelyn, no one seems to be overly paying attention to your group. They seem to be in their own affairs.
I think
Just
if
on
we're
the
going to
off
have a
chance, bring it in.
conversation, we need to have it somewhere more private. I don't think this is something we should be discussing in the middle of a.
You sure? I don't think nobody's really not paying attention to us. So as long as we're not, like,
I know, but I
too
think
loud.
I'd feel more comfortable
Okay.
with this line of
Oh,
questioning
sure, just-
in a more private.
Some dinner speaking.
Yeah.
Just small talk, you know. Very
That is
big
small
bombs dropped
talk.
yesterday and the day before. Right. It's like hanging
I
around with
understand your
Celestial. Wow. It's like
Yeah.
once in a lifetime opportunity to meet one of them, you know? Well, obviously, I'm a little curious how you just meet someone like that.
I will stress this part here because maybe I failed or it's been the break or whatever to tell you about it before Potato. But Celestials, while are known entities, their exposure on this plane is almost non-existent. And then specifically, the idea of an angel is an unknown entity completely.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
an entity
creatures-
from another plane. I'll change my words for that.
But there are other types of Celestials, right? Like Codals and Archons. These are Celestials. They're just not the shape of an angel. So Celestials are known. That isn't known entity, but more for learned individuals, really, or ones that happen to have interest or
Right.
in that trade. Just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that, so that way that your line of question seemed reasonable.
Right, so someone from another plane just casually strolling up, and then, it's quite something, isn't it?
I mean, he would Roger kind of look at Domo. He glanced at Domo real quick. I mean, look around us right now. I mean, we're really like a hodgepodge of just interplanar species.
But other planes?
Yeah, he looks at Domo.
They're all from other
You
planes.
realize I'm from another plane too,
What are
right?
you gonna do? No.
he literally drops his drumstick on the table and clatters with it.
I
This is
want you
just
to
something
think
you don't
about
have
this.
Or
Well, I think this is all very interesting, honestly. Having all these different people gives us many opportunities for different perspective, does it not?
Yeah,
right. So,
so-
explain where the hell are you from?
Hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. What?
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Literally.
Huh? What? What?
Wait,
What
have
are
you
you?
ever? Did you not look at Vortex before?
Well,
He's
I
not
mean,
from
I've
this
lived
plane.
under a rock my
Running out
entire
of my
life, so
forehead, or
everything here is new to
Wow.
me.
I guess it's a good
I like
point.
the whole sky thing is still very baffling. I mean, 90% of the people I've met here, a completely new world. So, very odd.
Then you shouldn't be
Yeah.
surprised by
Gonna say that.
someone from another plane, honestly, because everything is new.
Partially, yes. Honestly, this whole place we're in feels like another plane. But then on top of that, there's even more.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot to take in.
So, hell, yeah, you like it there?
No, I can honestly say from my memories, I did not live it there. It involved a lot of whipping, it involved a lot of heavy labor, and it involved a lot of
Right. bad things, hellish things.
Death.
Were you born there, or did you like
Rebirth.
die in a past life? And then
Little slimy
you're
things moving
getting
around.
punished? Were you like a thief or a murderer in a previous life, and you got sent down there? Or
I was just
how
born
does
there.
that work? Oh,
I don't know about my parents, but I was born there.
right. And you're hold on. And he looks at your holy symbols and everything, but you're like this.
This.
The symbols, the everything. It just feels like it
Well,
doesn't fit. No offense.
I'm gonna let you spend an extended period of time in hell and come back, and you decide if you want to drown everything that's evil in holy fire or not.
Well,
He's just-
those who don't have a horn, they're not going out. Yeah, Roger says with food in his mouth, kind of pointed, and then continues eating.
I have no idea what you just
so
said.
from one extreme
You got
to
the point.
the other. So what? You're like a crusade to destroy hell or something? What?
No, nothing that ridiculous. I just want to find what's left of my family, save Aniel, and probably the rest of the world at some point. It's kind of part of my doctrine.
Authority? Is that your problem, Domo?
Authority?
You have a problem with authority?
You could say that.
I
I guess that
mean,
explains Madan a little bit.
yeah.
Let's just say I don't like people lording things over me. I'm very tired of it. I've experienced a lot of it.
Huh.
Interesting.
Anything else very important you'd like to add? Because this is the perfect spot for things like this.
I don't know. What do you consider important?
I don't know, being from another plane, hating something happening to you, becoming a paladin, wanting to save the world and burn evil things in holy fire seemed rather important until now. So, I mean, you know, other things like that.
I have
Okay, so
mentioned
you're
it
talking about, like-
before. I have a clan that I wish to help save, but we can worry about this at another time. But I have talked about it before.
Speaking
Yeah,
of,
yeah,
I
you've
can't even ask I called. Damn it. I have
You
questions
can
about
ask
that, man.
Ikal. Ikal is right here.
He's been very forwards with it. I mean, Evelyn, we've known a little bit about what's going on with your parents. We'll get into it more later, I'm sure. Roderick,
What
are
about
you
you?
from another plane? Oh, I'm just an orc from a mountain. Don't worry about me. I'm just
No,
generic.
I wish.
Anyway,
I wish I had something interesting like that.
Is Potato like 10 seconds behind us?
I think he is.
I think
you
I
know.
am.
I think he is now.
Like,
No, you're
I
on.
want to
You're on
leave and
the
rejoin the call.
Ever since his mic
so
went,
one of you raise your hands, and I'll tell you when I see it raised. Now, Laris.
A few
Do it
seconds
again.
delayed.
All right, so well, it goes up and down. Hold on, Roderick again.
That's decent.
Roderick, 2 fingers.
I think.
1.
You're like a
little
second or
delay,
two
little
behind.
delayed, little delayed.
Oh yeah, that's all late.
I'll put a delay.
Apologies. So if I'm talking over people, it's not intentional. I'm just
Yeah.
anyways.
I have nothing that I can contribute. I mean, I'm just a normal person, really.
I mean, I've had my share of difficulties.
Well, who
but
hasn't?
nothing extra planar. So, I mean, compared to that, it's kind of.
Domo like cocks an eyebrow at you.
Yeah.
I suppose this is a good opportunity to talk since we are not running for our lives. What is it that you all are wanting to do exactly? Why did you make Heartseeker, as it were?
Yep. I got the word nearby still.
And then at this moment, or soon,
Trots back downstairs. Daniel turned me away.
As soon as Kyle gets on the table, he will descend the stairs for sure. Yeah, we'll have to wait for that.
Yeah.
That's okay.
He'll rejoin the group.
Yeah, he will.
What
But-
happened?
Wait, Did he not know Doma was from another?
Here's what happened.
He wasn't here for it.
Kyle. So you were there when the party ran downstairs to talk to Aniel, right? Because she passed out, right? You saw that, and then you left, I think, right?
Then he cast Aura Vitality, and then I was like,
we discovered it's because of the wording.
That worked. It did heal her. She regained consciousness, and then Evelyn and Nira had another private conversation, and then Evelyn said some things.
Roderick cast detect magic and like see her mana circuit or anything?
Yes, and it was very similar to what it was previously, where, as you described it, it's like there's just not enough paint to cover the canvas. She's just too big, basically. It's what like an ocean or whatever, right? I don't remember exactly what you said. Something.
Did he see like mana going into any of the circuit at all or anything like that?
Well, she doesn't have the highways. I'll remind you of that.
Right. Yeah. Okay, right.
So it looked like it was being absorbed, like sugar entering into water, but there was no residue left. It was just not enough. Probably would be your.
She's only a little sweeter now.
It was enough to get her consciousness again. So Evelyn and Nira had a conversation, and Evelyn said some things, a little bit more specific things about Aniel that concerned her mother enough for her mother to follow Evelyn downstairs to regroup with you all next to Aniel. Pyrus left to go look for some remedies, natural remedies to try to help, and then it was then alerted that after some think tanking that maybe the reason why Aniel's not doing so good is that there are wards and magic that's placed in the inner city of Windheim that resistant, let's say, to extraplanar entities. And so the conclusion is maybe if we take her out of the inner city, she will feel better. And so that's what the party did. They left the inner city and they went to a place called Geldin's in the Laurels, which is like a nice hotel, effectively. And that's where you all are now. Aniel got her own room. Aniel seems to be doing better now that she's out of the city. She's able to walk again. You all have your own room. Evelyn paid for your room as well for 2 nights.
For 2 nights.
2 nights. You're on the second floor. The specific room does not matter, but you're on the second floor. You guys are kind of close together. Currently, your character ran up with her to her room to tend to her just to make sure she's okay, while the rest of the party was downstairs, except for Pyrus. Pyrus is still off in town, unknowing where you guys are.
Evelyn? Make sure she's okay?
What was that? You were up with Aniel in her bedroom.
With Aniel. Oh, okay.
Yeah, their bedroom. And the rest of the party basically went to the eatery or the restaurant downstairs to eat, and they're kind of talking about each other's pasts. You missed a very intimidating conversation that Thorak had with Aniel. Very intimidating, but it was a one-on-one. He went to her room first before you got there.
Into her room.
And he kind of like blocked her in.
Put a foot in the door.
Yeah, it was. But anywho, so you wouldn't know about this anyways. You'll see it later. But your character went upstairs just so I could get you out of the way for a bit, and then you're coming back down the stairs, and you see the rest of your party inside the dining room, where there's 20 other people there eating as well, and you find the table they're at, and you pull up a chair and you sit down. And they're currently in a conversation, and you kind of hear the little bit of it where it actually basically says, right, so yes, what brings all of you together? Why did you make Heartseeker? What are all your goals and ambitions? Any one of you?
Well, I mean, it started out as they were just helping me flee Fort Hall as it fell. But then as we explored, I guess, we found that we had some.
Well, I'm not actually so much as goals. But what are these goals? Why do you stay together now? Are you going to stay together? You are back home.
Well, that's a question that we have to answer, I guess, as a group, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, now we've got assassins and extraplanar deities and things. I don't think we can split different ways. I'm not being taken out when I'm in the John relieving myself just because you marched up into my life and got me mixed up into this mess. We're staying together until we figure something out.
I mean, that's
almost from hell.
That's nice to think, but
realistically, yeah, you missed. You probably missed that.
Yeah, I just found out as well.
Doma's
from hell.
Howdy.
Literally.
If it helps you, process him being from hell. I'm from West Wind.
That means something special to Baldric.
So what
It's just
Westwind? Does Westwind mean anything to Baldric? History check.
History check. You got
All
this.
right.
You got this.
Westwind?
I was hoping for. That's perfect.
I've never
Is that
heard
an
of
actual
this
reaction?
place.
That is perfect reaction I was hoping for right there. Oh hell! What the
That's
fuck
a
is
10.
with?
Oh,
Just a
hell
solid 10.
no.
Well,
Hell no.
you would know the following. Westwind would be considered part of the Western States. There's the Court of Banners, which is basically the west half of Windheim. And so it's also referred to as the Western States, which, oddly enough, was a name that was just announced to you guys recently. You can't quite, unfortunately, as you're high enough, can't quite recall why someone just said Western States recently, but someone said Western States recently. Like within the last
The
hour or
council
so.
room. The
Well, it must have been
council
the
room.
council.
Yeah, they're talking
fair,
about it.
fair assumption.
But, okay, wait. We're at a table like eating or something, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what are we eating?
It's you didn't order anything, so they're eating up whatever they want. It doesn't really matter. Nondescript food. One of them's eating a turkey leg, another person's eating mac and cheese.
Baldric chokes on whatever nondescript food he's eating.
You just got to the table. You don't have food. You didn't order food.
Roger
Just reaches over to someone else's plate.
Beverage.
Yeah.
Get some milk or something.
This is
This is Goma said.
he would
I'm
literally
gonna
reach
take
onto
it
someone
over.
else's plate and just like take a waffle.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so you
And
choke
I'm
on.
choking on said waffle when he mentions that he's literally from hell and everyone's serious. And I'm gonna do the spectacle thing again. God, fiddlesticks! You really what? Oh my goodness!
It's now you see the protruding horns coming out and the overly red
Everything was just
skin,
kind of blurry
sharp
before you thought he had a
incisors.
funky hairstyle.
You know that he's not. You know he's not a fiend. You know he's not a fiend, but you do recognize the fiendish qualities intermixed within his person.
And I stand up real quick. Stay back, demon! If you're going to try to take my soul, you're going to have to fight for it. And I cast mage armor. I'll cast mage armor.
Dear Lord.
The entire
You're gonna
entire
threaten me.
eatery
Get
gets
the
really
species right.
Oh,
the entire restaurant gets really quiet as all the sudden commotion and all these heads turn towards your guys' table.
You old man, just stop playing around like this. Stop playing around like this. It's a joke.
What? You think this is a joke?
Make a deception check at disadvantage, Roderick.
Oh no!
I'm already at disadvantage. Make it double disadvantage.
I don't do that. No.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Get 3 dice and roll disadvantage. Could you imagine?
For the love of everything. Ah!
Another 4.
9.
9.
Oh no!
Yeah, so you recognize that people kind of like awkwardly resume eating or trying like their own conversations, but there are definitely many glances that still are looking towards your guys' table, and the old man Baldric still standing up on his feet right now.
So let's
Baldric, just sit down. Sit down, okay? I see you right now.
He's from
He's not here to hurt you.
It's
He's not
okay.
here to hurt anybody.
It's okay. If anybody wanted to hurt you, they would have done that already.
Unless you're a king, then he may attack you, but I think you're safe, Baldric.
already lied to me once. Who
I didn't lie
knows
to you about anything.
How did I lie to you?
Nobody's lied to
you
you.
said.
You had no healing. And I pulled the healing potion. What is this, blood? And I toss it back to him. I don't want you.
Goma regain your healing potion, and Kyle lose the healing potion.
Oh boy.
Thank God I can write a healing potion back in my inventory.
This is gonna be.
Can
It's
we
a
all
hot
just?
potato healing potion.
I'd recommend that we all calm down for a moment, just to focus back on some things. Right. So even if Doma is from hell, he's not there now. So I don't know why you're scared. Furthermore, maybe we should inquire about our newest member. He looks at you, Baldric. Why are you with these people?
Yeah. Well, milady, and I'll sit down. Let me mark the spell slot real quick because I did cast mage armor.
It's
One.
still just glistening there.
Okay. Well, why am I? Why am I with all you? Oh yes, you came and I thought you were with Wormsworth, and then we got in a little scuffle, and and then then specialties of doctoring medicine, but it turns out to be magic, and I need to learn about this. Okay, you've mentioned Wormsworth. Well, you didn't, but one of your cohorts in the council mentioned Wormsworth. A little tidbit. he's a fiend. Not like him, I pointed to him, but in the more of the literary sense of a fiend, I'm a ghoul, a nefarious individual who...
Like, for real?
Like an actual ghoul.
Like an actual ghoul? Or he's just a bad person?
Are we hunting this guy down?
What? I said literary, like not literal, literary.
Okay.
Literally, okay.
No! You! I see the devil in him already, yes, see.
Tower just smiles.
So,
Wait,
where was
is the
I?
skin and the horns not normal up here?
I did not catch what you said, Potato.
Like late again?
What about the horns?
Oh, so is that not normal up here?
The horns?
Well, look around. Why don't you use your powers of observation?
Kind it's normal.
There are.
There are.
That's
are
actually
some.
questionable for you to know that, right? Because tieflings don't exist really on the surface either.
They're about as common as angels.
I long forgot what you guys rolled on your nature
yeah.
checks, so I don't remember anyone knowing exactly too much about.
I remember
tieflings.
that was a conversation we brought up early. We brought up like really early in the first few sessions, and I think you said that I believe Roderick basically would have some knowledge of that being in the Westwind for the most part.
Yeah. So I
I think you said they're like kind of like very sparse.
The gist of it, just so we can flatline it, so everyone has the kind of the same foundation here. Tieflings are a known race, unlike angels. They are a known existence, but they are not they're not something you would run into. Basically, you only a well-learned person would see. Occasionally, there's been some notes of some tieflings and interesting points in history, but they're very like. The vast majority of the population will never see one in their life, even if you live in a big city like Windheim. None of you have ever run into a tiefling on your own. None of you have seen one physically. So the only way that you would ever have any knowledge about them is through scholarly education, basically, right? And that'd be like you were interested in religion and stuff like that, which I don't think many of you were. Thus, in that regard, none of you should really know what a tiefling is, besides that it. I mean, I think Roderick, I think you would probably know that it's the default of the matrimony or the combination of a mortal and a fiend. You would recognize it's a product of that, where it retains more of the mortal and less of the fiend. So Doma's not a true fiend. Evelyn's smart enough, Baldrick's smart enough, just with your intelligence, that you guys would know that too. I feel. Thoric, you have proficiency in religion, right? So then you would know it as well. So then all of you would know that what you, unlike the vast majority of the population, all of you except for Cole would not, Pyrus wouldn't, know that a tiefling is the combination of a mortal and a fiend, which does not happen because there aren't. there are fiends, but they're not very heavily involved here on the western side of the Alorn Mountain Range.
Oh yeah, on the western side of the Alorn Mountain Range, huh?
Eastern side there might be some more fiends out there because that's the Fringes, and the Fringes is not a good place. So
I'm learning.
You're learning? You should have already knew that. Anywho,
it's been a while.
So yes, where I forget where we were now because Kyle. I just wanted.
Where was I? And you start eating the waffle I had.
Alright, so you are staying
Hold the
with
syrup over to you.
The group. You're staying with this Heartseeker because you want to learn healing magic and get this Wormsworth person.
Yes, him. That's right. I remember now. Yes, he ruined my life. You see, he thought. Well. Yes, he's ruined my life. Yes, that's quite simple how it is. We're rivals of sorts, and he ruined my life. And the way I'll get back at him is by learning how to magically mend wounds, because he won't be able to, and then I'll get the upper hand in medicine. Yes. And him, he can apparently heal magically. and I need to learn this.
How
But
long
every-
ago did you leave Windheim, Baldric?
Uh-oh. What did I say in my story?
Oh, it's like 15, 20 years, man, is what you
yeah,
said.
it's like a couple decades.
Yeah, at least 10 years. It's been a decade minimum.
My house burnt down. It looks like 12 years ago is when I moved out to Pipel. At least 12 years have passed since then, and Baldric has been mastering his magic. Yes, so it's been about a little over a dozen years.
And
12 years.
Doma used a healing spell in the palace, right?
Damn straight.
Yep.
Right in front of the
You
the
all
town.
witnessed him use it to an actual mana spell. Mana was
spell.
used to heal, not just his lay on
Right.
hands feature, which is kind of its own little special thing. But now he's used new healing that he didn't think he could do.
But that's neither here nor there. Now I'm caught up in these rapscallions because there's assassins and weird entities from heaven and hell, and I don't know how I got in here, but I'm caught up in it now, and there's no escape.
But so what are your goals? Are to learn healing. That's your goals.
Well, that's a very oversimplification of it, but yes.
Very well. All right. A call will not be this freaking focused. Actually, God damn it, I'm misusing his character.
Talking?
No, he does have his moments with that,
He
though.
does have his moments for digging in.
I thought this was Evelyn's mother was with us.
No, you guys are out.
No,
You left.
We left.
That's why you called him a lady.
I'm sorry, I did. Yeah, I thought that was the net. Or,
Sorry. Yeah, you. Anywho.
And the voice was similar too. Okay. Oh.
The only
Whoa.
NPC that's currently with you is a call, besides the other ones around the other tables. But the only known NPC is a call.
And I want to point out that I didn't lie to you. I honestly didn't know I could cast that spell until the moment I used it.
How could... That's not how magic works at all. What do you mean? How you suddenly
Have you ever tried
throw
to
a
cast
light
the
out
healing
of your
spell?
hand one day? You must practice. You must learn.
I pull scrolls in my spell book.
You have to study yourself, and you have to understand the very fabrics of magic and how they weave together to be able to do these things.
I have literally no idea how most of that works.
What the? What? That doesn't make any sense to me. You're telling me you innately know how to cast magic?
I mean, I know how to cast magic. I don't know how I cast the magic specifically. I get a general sense of what I'm doing.
When you're doing it based off of feel.
Yeah.
Got
Kind of like instinct.
Yeah.
Instinct that's been given to me
Wait.
is a weird way I would put it.
You all use your magic this way?
No. I've trained my whole life
Oh,
to use
I-
my magic.
Don't get me wrong, I gotta
I've
train to
studied
use my stuff, but
Long and hard for all.
not a lot of learning.
Well, on the next topic then, let's move to the next newest member in our group. And he looks at Thorak. Why are you still with us? What do you hope to accomplish?
Isn't Pyrus here as well?
She's
No,
not.
nope.
She's in.
Ours
She's in
is
town.
lost in the shopping district.
She's in the shopping
She
district.
ditched us for the
Alright,
shopping.
well. Alright, well. I've had my run-ins with a couple of bad people under the mountain. And, you know. I need to collect my thoughts for a moment and think before I speak things. It's really been a huge life changer meeting you, or rather having the mountain be open. It's like a whole new world out here, and for the time being, I just want to see what it's like and make sure it's not as rotten as the mountain. So far, I'm
Everything's-
not too optimistic.
Every place you go is going to have good people and bad people. To be realistic.
You're supposed to experience it all. Kind of going along with the ride. Is that kind of the general gist of it?
Ideally, not just look, but try and change it for the better. And not in a heroic good way either. Not in a bad way, that sounded wrong. You'll get what I'm talking about later on. I'm not too comfortable with sharing many things yet. It's not a
I can
happy
understand that.
story.
So, are you on the run from somebody, or
No.
it was just an
No one left
opportunity?
to face me.
Where did you pick up your
Kinda
magical
didn't have a
ability?
choice.
Where have you learned how to
Sorry.
do your wizardry in? Because I've seen you throw some spells at the Iptons when we were out fighting them. You missed, but I saw you do it. So.
Alright. Well, I've trained most of my life at the temple under the mountain. The temple
What
to
temple?
Drabalor, where I spent...
What temple? I'm not from under the mountain. I'm from above the mountain. Well, not above the mountain, because I'm going to be on top of the mountain. I was adjacent to the surface level, near the mountain, but not on top of the mountain.
Well. Alright, well, it's a bit, correct me if I'm wrong, west of Karat. It's
Southwest
Temple of Eternal Flame.
That would be
Southwest of Karat.
Region would be called the
near
Underbelly.
Pelennor.
Underbelly is the region, but the temple is, you are correct, Temple of Eternal Flame.
Temple of Eternal Flame.
Right.
Does that mean
Right.
anything about it?
No. Well, make a religion check. It's
Okay.
possible, actually. You could potentially run into esoteric lore like that.
7 plus 5
Religion.
would be... religion. Ooh.
Yeah, religion.
Wait, what's my religion?
Well, it's intelligence
plus
base, plus 5 base.
I think it's just plus 5. Yeah, it's plus 5, so that'd be a 12.
I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Okay. You would not know. That does not sound familiar to you at all. There are many temples, many institutions that, but you said Drabalor, so you know it's related to that god of light. Does anyone else want to roll?
Turtle Flame, God of Light, makes sense.
I mean, can I roll?
If you'd like to give it a shot, sure.
Net 20.
Total religion check.
Total. Okay.
It's plus 1, I believe, for you.
For what, religion?
Yeah.
Plus 5.
Oh, you have proficiency in it. Okay. You don't really
25.
roll it. You don't really lose level. Okay, so 25. Yay, that's good enough. Temple of Eternal Flame. You have learned about this at Envenir. It was a temple that actually predates the Grey Gate's closing. So it's a really old temple, and the Grey Gate closed over 3,000 years ago. This is there's some kind of, from your knowledge, there's some sort of contamination. Actually, I better fact check that. 1 second.
The fact no one knows this just means he accidentally rented the wrong book out of the library.
Where is it? I think
during his studies. He's not the studious type.
Sorry, I am wrong. That is not possible. It was not. I changed my timeline a couple times. So no, you wouldn't. It's impossible for you to know about this place.
25. You don't know.
That would be because it actually. It was
Didn't
created
I hear it when I was there.
It was created after the Grey Gate closed. So there's no way the surface knows about it. That's how I know this. So
I swear I was brought up when we were there.
Possible, but with potential timeline changes over the break and be doing a lot of editing, some information might have become redacted or changed. Sorry, this just happens occasionally. It's not all planned out in the front. Sorry, I'm not that amazing. I tried, but
so much for my only nat 20 of 9 sessions.
at the current timeline, which is the one since it's now being publicized to you guys, it should be pretty canon now. Is that temple was founded after the Grey Gate was closed, so there's no way the surface would know about it. You just couldn't. Or Thoric would know because he obviously is from there. But I mean, so
I know everything.
From your perspective, Thoric, that was around 1,500 years ago is when it was basically made. So sorry, none of the other players would know about it.
So only a Kal might, right? If he's under there.
A Kal could, but I don't want to make it.
know.
I don't want to do a roll check on him. So.
But that makes sense though.
Right.
Wait, so
I was raised in the temple.
When Roderick and I were examining people's magical abilities through arcane means, you didn't seem to have anything like, and I poured over towards Doma over there. Doma, yes.
Oh, you got it right.
Wow. Silence. Anyways, so You seem to have capabilities similar to me, but you're talking about religious things. That doesn't quite add up, so I don't really understand how elaborate.
Everything I've done and ever will do is attributed to myself, not some deity and their gifts or bullshit like that. We were trained since we were kids to fight, and we fought, and I've got a wide variety of skills. Magic, combat, any weapon you can think of as well.
Slingshot.
Yeah, I can use a slingshot. A terrible one, actually, has its uses, but yeah.
Nunchucks.
What's a nunchuck?
I think I've heard of it before. Some sort of weapon.
We'll look into it. Anyways, right. So I learned magic as a way to support my friends back there, and it's just hard study, repetition, error, and
Yes, so you through dedication and practice, you have harnessed your magic abilities. Yes,
Right,
now we're
yeah,
bringing balance back to
exactly.
this group. Good.
All right.
Exactly. Yeah.
So your reason for staying with us is just as tour guides. You don't seek anything in payment back. These are obviously big things that these individuals are doing.
I can see we're all kind-hearted people here, mostly.
Yeah.
And the things we've done so far seem to align with what I would have done. It's only beneficial to everyone. It aligns with what I want to do, right? Change the world, and also,
what were you doing in the mountain? Like when you were just living your normal life? Did you have a job? Did you have a mission? Were you like what exactly were you doing?
Woke up in the morning, train, patrol, fight, go to bed.
Patrol.
30 years, give it or take. It's really not important right now. Back under the mountain, there's these things, monsters, I would say. The endless hordes of them just coming and going in waves. It was our job and the temples to protect the rest of the mountain from, well, them.
The pyramid.
Don't really have much of a name.
The pyramid thingy, right?
They have long, weird claws.
No, that does not sound familiar. Laris, correct me if I'm wrong.
What they're talking
pyramid?
about, you
Claws?
have not heard of a pyramid before. No.
No.
What are the
no.
long claws?
What did we call it?
Long claws.
Shadows?
Long claws.
Shades, shadows?
Long claws is fair, but you recognize you have fought in a large of assortment of things, and they seem to be talking about something specific. And that does
Right,
not.
no, well, they had claws, nails, teeth, spikes, bits,
So you fought all
Wits.
kinds of things.
all sorts of monsters you can possibly think of. Yeah. But no pyramids and no shadow things.
So
Any
Nobody
dragon.
remember. Nobody went
Dragons
into
under the mountain.
nobody knew
Nobody
about the
went-
pyramids and the
We
people
remember-
sucking the life out of people and
Most of the mountain doesn't even know about our temple and what we've done. I fought most of my life to keep them safe, and I don't even know we exist.
Yeah, remember we're the first people to
Yeah.
go in and
Yeah.
come out.
Yeah, even in Karat, even under the mountain, when people could have easily been and have gone forwards and back, they just didn't care.
I mean, no disrespect, none at all. But if your main objective in life, and it sounds like you've been doing it since you've been gone, was to protect the pet temple, why have you strayed from it? Why have you, moved away from the temple? You're quite far from being protected right now, unless there's some other threat that you must externally go get before it gets you.
Right, well, like I said before, or like I just said, Dade, most of the mountain doesn't even know we existed. For most of our lives, we were just trained as tools, soldiers to fight this thing and protect whoever it was behind us that doesn't know who we are, and we never knew who they are, and once we die, we are forever forgotten. And it's just a vicious, endless cycle of bullshit and unfairness. And it just hits the table a little too hard. I can't do it because people are sleeping in the house. But it's...
There you go.
Omar, are you okay?
Shut up.
We were deceived by the people there and Tendrabalor, who promised us safety, which never came.
So you were sucked into an endless war with little information, it sounds like.
Born into it.
It was
It was our only life. Or nothing
tool.
more.
Nothing more,
And
nothing less.
Yeah. Unfortunately, coming up here, I was hoping to see a much better picture, but he looks over at Doma and around him. Looks like there's a bunch more of that going on. All these temples and gods and lies. People having their freedom stripped from them in fear of something that doesn't even exist.
Ah, so you've deserted on purpose because it no longer seems like it aligns with what you believe.
I suppose so, yeah.
Fair enough. I understand now your motivations.
It's a little bit of an unfun topic to talk about the dinner table. I see I've found a mood here.
Well, no, we
I mean-
need it.
I mean,
the point is to see
that's
if you should group with us and stay with our company. That is the point, yes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Has Roderick told us about where?
No,
he's-
we're going from
I
newest
said,
mem-
like I said, he's from Westwind. That was all.
We're
So-
going.
I know.
we're-
I'm looking if there's more.
the
Oh.
specific
he's
pattern here
kinda
is
going
going
in
from
order.
newest member to oldest member is the pattern that Akal has nominated
Yeah.
here, and
Okay.
so
Right.
Stu,
So-
yeah, you then the Torque.
So, as things stand, I'm nobody. I'm just an orc that no one knows. Well, you guys know my name. Just a soldier. I'm not royalty. I'm not from another plane. I'm not special. I'm just a soldier.
Alright, well, I'll rechime my ambitions. I am from the Broken Peaks in the petrified forests in the northern section of the Undermountain in Medan, and my tribe needs help. But we can get to that and those issues when your problems are dealt with. I'm sure that you have many more that are currently more important to you. But we would greatly appreciate any help, and even if it comes from your mother or this beautiful city you're in.
We'll see what we can do.
And I would say that I am more than willing to help you if you are willing to help me. So at this point, I
Absolutely.
don't really know who the next newest member would be. Pyrus is not present, so
No. So technically, I think would be F.
Me? Yeah.
Yes.
What do you want to know? You met my mother.
what does Heartseeker mean to you? Why are you still with it? Are you planning on staying with it? You're home now.
I have a lot of things to think about and decide, but currently I would like to stay with the group and help everyone achieve their goals. I am trying to find my way in my mother's world, and it's been an adjustment. I wasn't actually raised to follow that path. I was the youngest in the family and had a life that I could, for the most part, choose my own path. And I pursued the study of magic and honing my gift, and I thought that that was going to be the rest of my life. But however, my sister was... Yeah. My sister and my father passed away. And so I am left picking up kind of the pieces of my sister's life in a way. Learning my mother's work and Fort Tall was my first mission. And obviously a bit of a failure in some ways, but obviously there was a lot more going on there internally than my mother, I think, had realized when she sent me there originally. So yeah, I mean, just trying to figure it all out, you know, but I've enjoyed helping everyone with, you know, what we've encountered, and I'd like to keep helping for sure.
Would you please pass the bacon, please?
Call. Oh no, sorry. So yeah, Thork to call to you.
Those are on the table.
So, in this case, it sounds like your ambition is maybe similar to Thorax, which is you're just trying to use this as an opportunity to grow and see what you would. Nothing direct in a specific ambition, just as I think a time sink, I think you call it.
Well, I mean, I'm sure my mother will let me know what needs to be done next, and I'm sure the council has many things that they would need help with. So that's where I would go, I guess, and start with is seeing what the greater world, I guess, needs in terms of help. That's kind of what I'm about now, I guess. So
I don't really think that's a fair assessment of yourself, though, to say that you're really stuck under the, I don't know how to say this. Your mother decides for you, you know, what her volition, because I think we're all wrapped up in something here that's a really large part. As your mother had mentioned, whatever the name of that deity was, I forget, the one that does the fate strings.
Eleanor.
Eleanor.
What your mother said about Eleanor, very rather fair point. We are very rather eclectic crew here with different experiences, and the fact that we are all in the same, bumped into each other cannot just be a matter of coincidence. Especially when you are both, well, all of you were mentoring Soroth and Lavote and some sort of magical spear and all kinds of other insanity, the best word to use for it. But we're in for the long haul now. Your mother, she's wonderful, great, beautiful, but what she wants is not going to matter when there's an entity from beyond the stars that's going to wreak havoc with some sort of death spear. Who knows?
What's so funny about that? The way you articulate it.
Well, to be fair, I mean,
credit. You're not under the thumb of your mother. You are your own individual person, and we
but
are. But
eventually, I'm gonna have to make a decision to stay with her line of work and grow that way, or to not. And I haven't quite decided, but I know that Aniel needs our help, and I know that Aniel's situation, the overall situation, could be quite dire, and I think that that's kind of the most emergent issue currently, at least that I am working towards.
Okay. Yes, I think there is a very high urgency with Aniel, for sure. I agree. That assessment, but
speaking of Aniel, what urgency, her health, do you know what's causing it?
The wards are causing her health to drop here, at least.
For that, though.
I think he means in general. As far as for in general, we don't necessarily have an idea.
My guess, she's using her existence to frickin' cast her spells.
Cast magic.
She
that's been my gut
point.
instinct for a while now. That she's.
Why would you do that?
I think it was to save us, but we haven't had the time or inclination to really approach her about it, and she's
To be fair, most
so
of the time we've
cagey
been
about a
running
lot
for
of
our
things.
lives.
This is the first time we've been able to sit and have an actual real conversation, so
Yeah.
Most of the time it was weird long clawed things escaping from evil temples and giant squid things.
Squid.
giant rats,
and shadows.
orcs.
Oh, full scraps.
As you
Fuck the
described
full
on your
scrap.
side of the in the underbelly, as you put it, Thorak, they this group and with me in company have fought in many terrors in the Medan region as well. So perhaps it was
Call wasn't there, was he?
He was there
Mhm.
after you left the mines.
Yeah.
At
after.
Gravel Toe Plus. He does not know the mines
Yeah.
itself, but you guys said
But
canically
yeah.
that you talked about it with him
Yep.
prior to this. You still had Duro's corpse,
Okay,
so
okay,
I'm
okay.
sure some conversations or something like that led to it.
Either
Either
we
but
gave it to his family or whatever.
regardless if it did happen
He
or
was
not,
there for that part of it.
canonically,
Yeah.
you guys admitted last session that we're just gonna
Yes.
let a call know. So a call knows.
Yeah, we told
quite
him to call
bit.
everything.
Yeah.
More or less everything. I'm sure there's some things
More
he
or less.
doesn't, but yeah. So he knows quite a bit.
Right.
And it's true. You guys have fought in many things, even on the western side of the Medan mines, and he was present for these. So, and some of them were pretty harrowing, regardless. And so
Yeah.
so he's arguing that Aniel was a necessity for her to do what she did.
Right.
The squid you brought up, is this the thing that happened at the lake? You all mentioned that something terrible happened at the lake, and that this was the turning point for Aniel's health.
No, that was a different
That
fight
was-
entirely.
A lake? No, I
The
think
lake.
that was.
The
That
lake was a
may have
different
been-
fight from fighting Seroth or whatever.
No,
his name
that's.
was.
But he's saying the lake may have been.
That's
The
where
cause of
something
Aniel's
happened.
definitely
Yes,
where-
for sure.
She started declining
So
then.
I know that we're not going to really want to talk about that conversation, but what about the one before this, which is let's move to the next newest
Roderick.
member in the group.
This time I'm gonna
Right.
get
Or
good
Doma.
information. I get interrupted. Fine, let's get this out
No,
of
I
the way.
just right, exactly. We should let everyone see the goals aligning. So
I am not forgetting. I want information about the lake.
understood. So
Well, we
Who's the
decided
next
we'd
oldest
talk
member
more
in the
about
group?
Aniel in a more private place.
Roger will look at Doma. What do you do? Want to do rock, paper, scissors?
Sure, why not?
Alright. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Is that paper?
Ah!
Yeah.
Alright, what do you want?
Roderick goes
you go
first.
first. Alright.
Doma's main character. He's the oldest member.
Nope.
Came from hell. He's the original character.
Cue the anime music.
Right.
Plays theme.
That's all. So,
All right.
realistically, I'm torn. I feel like I've been torn for a while. There's stuff going on in my personal life, and we're dealing with bigger pictures now. And with that, I don't know. I want to stay with you guys because I've been with about half of us for a very long time. And I've grown to love and care about all of you guys. Some a little more than others. I'm just kidding. But
Are you?
realistically, not necessarily. I mean, it's a little different kind of love. But
I love you too, Roderick. It's okay.
I appreciate that, Baldric.
Mhm.
I don't know, because even me ending up in Fort Tall felt like I was just kind of a rebound type of thing.
well, do you have ambitions? Something you're going for?
Yes, very much so. And he'll kind of try to calm himself a little bit. There's a reason why I haven't been to Westwind in a while. A very long time at this point. Maybe not as long as Baldric leaving Windheim here, but I'm pretty sure if I were to go as I am now, I may not make it back out of West Wind. It's not that I'm wanted by the authorities, but there's a criminal underbelly there. And my, as a surrogate father was investigating that, and the corruption within this system was made apparent to me, very apparent. And with that, I lost him, who took me in after my family died. And I spent years, months of my time trying to prove his innocence, to only find out he's died. And then to be ambushed by the same people I thought I was supposed to trust.
Reach out and touch his arm, or
I do want to go back. What I want to do is to destroy this organization, but and he'll kind of look around. I don't, other than you guys, I don't really have anybody to trust, and even kind of mentioning the name kind of gives me slight chills, because I don't know who may be an agent of theirs that they're working that. English. I don't know who could be an agent of theirs. And, basically to where it could be arresting again and be bound, gagged, and have stones attached to you and thrown into a lake.
You worked for this organization, or this organization wrapped you up into things?
I think that I've previously come upon ledgers, and I would never work for them. No.
Okay. So there are some bad people in, what's the name again? Is it West what?
West Wind.
West Wind. Okay,
Yes.
like Westward Wind. Okay. So some bad people in West Wind that we need to be brought to justice is what I'm hearing. And so to restore, sorry, there's a bug. Restore your
Father's
well, we can't really restore his father. It sounds like his father's gone. But
his legacy. We could restore his legacy.
Perfect. Excellent word. I couldn't think for a moment. That doesn't sound like me at all. To restore your father's legacy, we can take these criminals and bring them to justice. That sounds like a...
I don't want justice. I want revenge at this point.
What's the difference?
Revenge.
What do you think?
Is a deeper personal toll, in my opinion, but...
I turn to Thorak. Can you translate for me, please? You're the one that's been a soldier your whole life. What's the difference between revenge and justice?
Wow. I don't know.
I believe it's not very important. Either way, comeuppance would be due.
I think we should talk to my mom about Westwind. She may know something, or maybe her network does. It's worth asking, but we didn't have time earlier, obviously.
I approve.
How stable is Annual right now, by the way?
Well, yeah, because you were last with her. She was she was asleep, but she was stable. She seems to have been improving after you've left the inner city, but much to like what she was prior to entering the inner city. So it's still not like she's healed, right?
maybe 10 hours back, right?
Did Roderick see the color of the mana that the healing spell was?
Yeah, it was basically similar to the Lay on Hands.
Yep.
Oh, so they are the same school.
They are both a divine like casting.
So I remember you saying something about green, but I don't know if that's what the same color the mana is, though.
No, that just
because
was, that was an effect that was happening when the spell was being used. There was
because that's not the color of the mana, though.
Yes.
Okay. That's why I was asking. I was about to say something interesting. There's a different type of mana now that could actually. It seems more powerful, but that's not correct. Okay.
All right. Well, Roderick, I sincerely appreciate you having to tell such a difficult story. We're kind of in the same boat. Want to get justice. Yours is apparently revenge, and mine is most certainly justice. I have no ulterior motives besides justice. I am a law-abiding citizen.
Actually, Baldric,
I think you understand it now.
Might actually be revenge. It seems more akin to his than
No, I don't want to kill him. I want to
ruin him. That's the same thing to some people.
I don't want to ruin him. I want to get the upper hand.
Didn't you once say that he would be living in the shack and that you would be the one with the hospital in Windheim?
Everyone's teaming up on me. I'm only.
I'm just saying. You asked about the difference between justice and revenge, and you may be similar in revenge, somewhat. Maybe not as intense, right?
What's that, Doma? You said you want to share your story now, huh?
Let's just turn him in right now.
Chuckles a little.
Oh boy.
Let's turn
Oh
it
boy.
into Waldrick.
Well, we're waiting. Doma?
Just thinking of where I want to start. Main mission?
Maybe hell? Seems like a pretty good place
to start there, huh?
Pretty unique position.
I think Paul more or less wants to know about your goals.
That
your
is,
current goals.
This was not so
and
much
if they
about where
align
you
with
came
us.
from and that much, but more about what you intend to do.
None of you are curious about the hell aspect, huh? Just me.
Well, to be fair, some of us know some of it, and you know.
Well, I don't.
But when it comes to knowledge, he's like a toddler. Don't take away his candy.
Just when you become a certain age, you don't really care anymore.
He's
Give me the
senile
knowledge
there.
now.
He's forgetting.
Well, so wherever you want to start, Domo, what do you want to share?
Well, my original main mission was to rescue my family, which is also here in the material plane somewhere. Apparently,
Sister,
maybe.
right?
Yeah, my sister. I already plunged my fist for my brother's heart, so can't save that one, I guess.
What?
Well,
What?
I stand up.
I knew you. I knew you.
you want to
had
elaborate that story a
fiendish
bit,
quality.
Doma.
Toma's like struggling not to laugh, but at the same time, you can tell the look on his face. Is just
You know,
pain.
Doma has a lot of sides under his name at this point. You know that, right? First we got Regicide, now I think I forgot about the Fratricide here.
I'm just main mission. Level up the
Lots of
sides.
sides.
Yeah,
I need homicide next. I need.
We did plenty of homicide.
We've done plenty of homicides, I think.
Technically, it was because it assisted in genocide as well.
Oh, he did genocide.
Technically.
Yeah.
Wow.
This party is like.
Anywho,
what was I? Main mission: save my family if I can. Find them at the very least. That mission's probably tied with save Aniel at this point, though. If not her, more so because it's much more urgent. She's probably my main mission.
Don't mean to be rude, but how did plunging your fist through your brother's heart save him?
I didn't know it was him in the first place.
And I don't think it was real.
Oh, it was definitely real.
But like, yeah. But
It was
he
just a
wasn't.
nice little test set forth by my god, which I'm still
Baldric
gonna have a talk to him about.
Baldric's slowly going to scan the room for faces. I mean, the faces in this table right now, and see if like they're like this is earnest. Like he legitimately believes. He plunged his hand into and ripped out his brother's heart.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna guess that this is canon. This happened.
Yep.
Oh
Yeah.
my!
Gonna look a little angry.
Oh my goodness!
And then he slowly sits down.
Gods do like their trials. Anyway, my
Yeah.
sister's still out there somewhere, and I want to
Sure do.
find her. I kind of just got like sucked into this world out of nowhere. I, shall we say, barely have an education, and am flailing through this world like a windsock, going wherever everything takes me. I love you guys. You're all my friends at this point. I don't think I could ditch you if I wanted to. But my main priority right now is saving Annual, and I hope you all agree that that should be the reason for staying with the group right now. That's my reason for being. Oh, and punch a god at some point for making me kill my brother.
Just gonna smile at
I
that
like the
remark.
idea of punching a very powerful creature. That sounds good.
No. The thing with your brother, I'm sure it's a painful memory, but was it worth it? What happened? And but you keep mentioning trials and your god telling you what to do. What if it happens with your other siblings as well? Why do you listen to him still?
That's a very good point. Certain point is no longer a trial, it's just something is, well, tormenting you.
The moment I start questioning my faith is the moment I stop being able to save all of you.
I feel so sorry. Or yeah, alright.
Do what you have to do. I believe he has a reason for what he did. I don't think it was a good reason, but I believe he has a reason. And I got an acorn out of it, so that's great.
You're okay with
I don't think you should have finished with that.
What?
You're okay with, even if you know it's not a good reason, you still follow. You don't need some god. You have yourself. That's more than enough. What the hell does he do for you anyway?
He got an acorn, you heard him.
Right.
He also grants him the ability to heal.
Yes, that's very rare. Yes, that's
Maybe.
Maybe.
And you know it's the god and not your innate ability because... What if he's
I
tricking
feel
you
if
this
I
all along?
betrayed the tenets that I follow, that I would lose it all. Or that it would change in a way that I can't predict.
How?
Right.
DM.
Classic. Fear. Sorry.
I wouldn't say fear.
How prevalent knowledge is the Paladin Order and the oaths that they swear?
For a learned individual like you, you would know about it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
you know that it doesn't have to come from divine, but very often associated does come from the divine.
Well, Thor, understanding Doma and what he can do, what he swears he does. You make an oath, and you can't break this oath. The oath is what gives you the strength to do these amazing feats. And the stronger your oath, the stronger you'll believe in this oath, the stronger you are in these arts.
Yeah.
So I understand why he can't have a shadow of a doubt, even for half a second, because he'll lose it all. So
I used to believe that as well.
Well, the doubt's
30+
there. It's
years.
just, well-subdued.
Right, well, I used to believe the same thing for more than 30 years, and then I broke my oath, and nothing happened.
well, it's not the same for paladins. There's a different mix of. I think I've read some things of oath breakers, and it doesn't end well for them. Not at all. So,
priest, bishop, I don't care what you label yourself as. My power does not come from a god, and neither does yours.
I just look at Roderick.
Pretty sure it does come from
Smile.
Roger looks away.
Insight check that her looking at Roderick. Insight check that her looking at Roderick.
Oh no.
Go ahead. Come on, please. Okay, 16 plus my insight 4, 18. 18.
Yeah, there seems to be that comment, the way she looked at him, that Roderick must be getting some of his abilities from something beyond himself.
Now, when I looked at Roderick, did I see the different mana? I can't remember.
I think you did.
Yeah, you did.
Someone did.
I did.
I
didn't
see ours is blue.
Evelyn.
Yeah,
I didn't see
Mine is
Evelyn.
blue and green or something.
Yeah, so yes, you did. You because he couldn't look at himself. So you saw that there was a purple-ish colored mana. It's not his only mana. He still is mostly blue, but there is some tinge
nebula aura around him of purplish mist or something. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I've heard of warlocks too, though, already. So it's not like
warlocks are the taboo arcanum. Because
Roderick.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Where do you draw your allegiance to? The cat is out of the bag.
I look at a call.
I'm not in the bag. But I suppose I am out of a bag.
It's true, he's not in a bag, but what's the point?
Some people believe in swear allegiances to gods, but some people, and I look towards Roderick, swear allegiances to things that are very, very, very powerful, but not quite considered a god. And when we did some investigations earlier during the outskirts of Windheim at the fire at the farm, and we were doing some digging around, you have the characteristics, and then I look at Evelyn, and it's now sealed the deal for me for sure, that you are drawing your powers not just from yourself, but from something. Would you do us the honor of telling us what that other thing you're drawing power from is?
I just squeezed his hand under the table.
What is it? Yes.
Like, in what sense do you mean, what is it?
Well, if you asked what,
oh my gosh, you just told me the name of that god with the fates. Eleanor.
Well, Eleanor is the god of fates, and she's relatively benevolent. She doesn't mean really ill will, and she strings people on. You see what I'm saying? A sort of synopsis of the modus operandi. What they believe they want to accomplish. And when you start drawing powers from other things, whether they're aware of it or not, you should understand their motivations, because they may not align with the material plane. Oh, that's the last thing we need, is another creature from beyond the stars with his eyes on the material plane wanting to squash it like a bug. So I think it's a prevalent question. I don't want to be rude, but I keep saying that. I don't mean to be rude, but you are dangerous.
All right, that is actually a valid question, and you're not the first person to observe this. Relina noted this basically back in Fort Tall, and you'll meet her soon enough.
Is that a threat?
No.
She's my best friend. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. See, there's no threat there.
Insight check.
She's telling the truth. It is her best friend.
1,000%. Tell the truth.
Also sort of code word, best friend, hit him over the head with a club.
No.
I mean,
just
without the
that
role,
is her friend. She's an actual person.
There might be a little bit of hesitation with Roderick, though. She might not be all good from Roderick's perspective.
Right.
Yeah. So I left out some things basically in that space of kind of dealing with this organization. I did some, you say more so like petty adventuring and taking odd jobs, and I happened to get in pretty good with this certain group, and they took me on this expedition, and happened to be some ancient temple, and I, as well as a few other people, were supposed to be used as sacrifices for these people to get in contact with this entity. And I don't remember fully what happened. I know after being stabbed several times that I really just wanted to live, to survive.
You were killed.
I don't know, but I think
we know of for sure.
Well, thanks, Ev.
I'm sorry, but
you were.
That's another bridge.
That's another story.
Yes. So,
if there's any ever doubt of Eleanor, so you've been killed, possibly multiple.
And it's also possible that maybe not Eleanor, but Velad is also picking on him as well.
Yeah.
Let's let him finish
in that space. I don't know if I was conscious, unconscious, but I just wished to live, and I think I made contact with something at that point. And with that, I awoke at some point, being nursed to health by Krista. I would say, and we'll try to like pop her in front of everybody if you can, if she's not invisible.
So are you saying she's been the pocket plane this entire time, or has she not been the pocket plane this entire time?
I have no idea. That's
because that means you never gave the action to pop. So she would be free right now, and so as you try to grab the pocket plane, nothing happens.
She's hiding.
Nothing happens.
Krista, where are you at? Krista, this is your entrance. Krista.
Now, this must be a code word for something. What are you trying to do?
Nothing happens.
She's real. We've seen her. Dome and I have seen her.
Krista,
she showed up at the dance, and Baldric wasn't there for the dance.
Like under a pancake on the table, just munching away.
Baldric hasn't seen Krista, right?
No.
I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
You've lost your number. You've lost
we made her a dress. We made her a dress.
All right, Krista. We would have played these games today. Pop her into the dimension.
All
right, so you pop it, you post it out, and then poof, in front of you, like a buff of gray cloud and kind of mist out, and then there's a little fairy, wearing like a little green dress. She's like 8 inches tall. She's like on his palm right now, and she has a very mean scowl. Her cheeks are puffed down. She's like glaring at Roderick right now. And then she waves her hands together and she turns invisible. Whoop.
What?
Yes. So with her help, I survived, and I guess you can say I officially became a warlock, as you said. You may know. And up until recently, I believe I was siphoning this power from this entity. I still have no idea. Maybe it was initially just a willing neglect, so he knew I was there, just pretended that I wasn't, so I wouldn't know, or realize that maybe there's some kind of bigger master plan with that. But upon making contact with him, Elrien, I found a little more about his motivation. It seems he just wants information.
His name was Elrien, is that correct? The deity?
Yes.
Not the deity, the
the patron.
Deity.
Yeah.
Okay. Elrien, okay.
And
have I heard of Elrien?
Make an Arcana roll.
Arcana, Okay. That's 9 plus 9, 18.
You've heard of an entity named Elrian. Does not come with good connotation.
You see Baldric gets a sickening green.
So you would know the following with an 18. Elrian is a how to phrase this? He's part of. He's believed, because you're not 100% certain. So he's believed that he's a very powerful creature from the far realm, a dimension space that's beyond material space, beyond the outer planes. And far realm is one of the 3 great evils that exists. Their insanity is something that just can't be quite properly comprehended. And so whatever their motives happen to be from anything from the far realm, whether they're big or small, it's really, really hard. So some people will claim, so if Elrian's got numerous tails, some say that he's doing good, sometimes he's doing bad, but the overall opinion is that usually anyone that's involved with Elrian or really anything from the far realm doesn't really end up too great for those involved with them. That's why it's considered one of the great evils.
His Baldric's legs start to shake.
So, do you know something that maybe I don't?
Elrian, you say?
Now, Kyle, I would like to also let you know that you definitely know of it. You've read it before. You could research it more. You guys could go research into Elrian. Definitely possible.
All right. Yes. Well, you don't know much about Elrian, do you?
No.
Well,
For the library.
it is. Well, how do I? Okay, so like I gave him my mentioning earlier, there's some people swear allegiance to gods, and some people mingle with creatures not quite a god, but still extremely powerful. Elrian is.
I got one more thing. Sorry, just to give you to extra tip your hat here for a moment. He's got a title for his name. It's not just name. His title is That Which Hoards.
He has. His nickname is He Who Hoards. And.
That makes sense.
Well, you said he's after knowledge, right?
It coincides with what Roderick was saying about him
Seeking
wanting to preserve knowledge.
Hoarding information.
But
what does he want to do with the information?
See, that's
what else do you know about him?
That's not much. I only, recently started to get in contact with them and actually have kind of I guess you say the one-on-ones, because before it was kind of just slowly siphoning off little bits to use for whatever it may be in that case.
I don't want to scare you or everyone.
Well, it's maybe a little too late.
But people usually mixed in with Elrian, or He Who Hoards.
That Which Hoards.
That Which Hoards. Yeah. Excuse me. Don't usually end very well for those involved, including the one who is the herald. Almost always bad. Obliterated into nothingness. Bad. So...
We should talk to him.
I am not an expert on Elrian, though. But the thing is that there are many scrolls that have mentioned him, and I don't really study this, but I've seen it through passing. We could do more research.
Yeah. Master Ori might know where to start with the research, too.
And
are you sure that
and your mother might
be okay?
And my mom, anyone.
With knowing that?
I would like to throw out there that Elrian is a creature from the Outer Planes. Do you know what the Outer Planes are?
Somewhere far away.
Good.
Not really.
Well, how do I explain this?
And I start grabbing some plates and organizing things sort of into a mock solar system.
Okay.
Would I know this information that he's giving?
You have
studies.
What's your Arcana roll?
Yes, actually.
What is your plus an Arcana?
Lairs, wait. In the
Plus
podcast.
7.
In the podcast, me while we're watching the episodes, and the episode I'm watching just now as I'm catching up with you guys, you mentioned that everyone besides Akal knows a bit about the Far Realm. Well, actually, it was just Duro. It was the 4 people. It was Duro, Roderick,
but
Tomo, and Evelyn. And
so
they all knew about the Far
I wasn't
Realm.
really going to challenge that. I was going to be more like on the hierarchy of how the cosmos is designed in my universe, which I don't think I've ever commented upon. But so you have a +7, you said? That would be that'd be enough that you would know if you know of it for sure. And just like so I'll give you guys a crash course then, because either I'm gonna tell it or Baldrick's gonna give a crash course right now. So you in Arkelya's universe, you got your material plane at the center, and then you have the 4 elemental plane. You have the Feywild that surrounds the material plane. So actually, the material plane is centered in the Feywild.
Imagine Baldrick's playing this with the cups and saucers right now.
Yeah. And so the Feywild surrounds the material
plane. Can you do it in
plane.
Baldrick's voice, Kyle? Laris? Can you do it in Baldrick's voice?
Oh my god, okay. So there is the material plane in the center, and around the material plane is the Feywild, and beyond the Feywild would be the 4 elemental planes. Now, interestingly enough, the 4 elemental planes actually act as anchors, and they go through the Feywild into the material plane. Supposedly the gods used it to be the resource to make the plane, or some balderdash like that. Now, beyond the 4 elemental planes, we would have what would be considered the outer planes. And here we would have the 3 great evil planes: Hell, the Abyss, and the Far Realm. Now, I know some of you might be thinking the Far Realm is actually beyond Hell and the Abyss, but not necessarily. Recent scholarly arcanists believe that they actually are kind of puppeted around each other with this barrier that kind of shoves them off to the sides, just like so. And so, we're all in the middle of these 3 outer evils that want to kill us all and ruin our existence. I suppose there is the Astral Sea and the Aether, but we'll ignore those ones too. I mean, they're necessarily between the... Well, anyways, moving back on today.
It's not all doom and gloom, by the way. There are some balances to the 3 evil planes. There are some good planes as well. But yes, these 3 ones are pretty bad. They want to destroy us all. And Elrian is in one of these bad ones.
So
what information have you given him so far, Roderick? Anything? Not that you know of.
I mean, he's... I don't know. Maybe he sees things because he thinks through my eyes. Maybe... Maybe he sees through someone else's eyes.
What about your ally's sprite? Is she connected? Does she know anything about Evelyn, or is she just not related at all? Crystal?
Is that? I'm trying to remember. Do we have that kind of conversation before? I'm like.
You have never have asked.
I think it was basically. I think we talked. They said something about it was like a sneaking suspicion at one point. No.
Yeah, you would.
Can we ask her? Crystal,
are you? Can we talk?
What's your AC, Kyle? You have Mage Armor on right now.
Oh shit!
Mage Armor puts me at 13 plus my Dex mod of +1, so I got AC of 14 right now.
Okay. You see a flicker of the arcane, and you see like what appears to be like mashed potato, kind of just like sliding down an invisible force down the side of your face.
Where?
And it's like a really tiny amount, like maybe thrown from a creature that's the size of 8 inches tall. It's like scooped up a handful of it and just chucked it at you.
Roderick, you should really swallow your food.
And I press the digitation myself.
That wasn't very nice.
Krista. Hey, like this is serious. Do you know anything about Elrienne for the most part?
You at least show yourself so we can see you.
Make a persuasion roll, Kyle.
Uh-oh.
I'm doing a lot of rolling, man.
Better you than me.
Oh, okay, good.
Ooh, nice.
16. All right, and then my persuasion. Only +1.
Yeah.
So, ooh, 17.
All right, so she does apparate, and she's currently sitting in one of like your little teacup saucers, basically, and she's currently like running, like wiping her hands off in like the water in the teacup, basically, like she's cleaning her hands from scooping. Clearly, she threw mashed potatoes at you. She like wipes it off, and then just sits down and folds her arms over her chest, and she glares at you again for a moment, then looks up at Roderick.
I know some things. That's, I mean, he's our friend, so, you know, we have to do what he asks, what we need to do.
Insight check.
Make an insight check.
I don't trust
Dare you incite the fairy?
Wow.
Ostracized from the group.
Oh no! Finally a low one. All right. 4 plus insight.
You're not gonna know, even with like
4, 8.
Yeah, you're not.
8.
She seems like she's telling the truth.
Dang.
Is there?
I mean, you know, like, I mean, for one, my form is what you wanted to be. It wasn't what I wanted it to be, or what he wants it to be.
What did you want to be, Krista?
Wait, she's not a fairy. What is she?
Hold on.
I would have wanted to be a bird.
A bird?
Though I guess birds can't go invisible. I don't know.
Huh?
I think you've got all the bird features down pat already, besides feathers.
They are fast. Anywho, can I go back to invisible now? I think people are staring.
Is there like?
Is there anything that Roderick doesn't remember that maybe you remember from Elrienne and what happened?
Ooh, I don't know if I can talk about such things. I mean, I remember because I was sent to help work. I mean, but you know, I mean, you're doing the job. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. So just keep up
Right
and
there,
keep
that
it at it.
Elrienne knew you were taking power the entire time then, because she has an agent here that is very aware of your whereabouts. Okay.
Ooh,
Do you report?
So
Full
Chris
shell.
is an
Full.
agent of Elrienne. What?
So
Oh boy.
Do you
Is this-
also crave knowledge?
When I was saying Elrienne was bad, I was speaking out of turn. Elrienne is fantastic.
Elrienne's not bad. He was just as bad as like maybe you. Nothing.
Hey.
I mean, is it bad to want things? Is it bad to want to know knowledge and to make things better?
That's not.
But does he actually
How
make
is-
anything better?
yeah, is it making it better?
Well, I mean, I'm not Elrienne. I'm just, you know, an ambassador, so I can't really, you know, say what his whims are. But
Insight check?
Roll an insight roll.
Do I believe
Casually,
her?
Krista was Elrienne
Why
all
we needed her
along.
not to be invisible. This is why that was so important.
This is coming hard down.
Well, so much for seeing Relina today.
all right.
14 only.
Seems like she's telling the truth. Hard to read. You don't really interact with her physically very much, so
She's never been invisible, really, so.
yeah.
What's the call's
So-
wisdom insight check tell us?
I think the fairy is very cute.
Krista, is this something that we would have to talk to, like, just me and you, or to kind of get more, or?
I mean, if you have questions, of course, I can answer to some means, but you should ask Elrienne. He'd be more than willing to carve up another deal with you.
Another deal.
Why didn't she say carve?
How many deals has he carved with Elrienne?
Can we not use that word, please?
At this point, there would be 3 primary deals.
Oh.
Between Roderick and Elrian?
Yes.
Can you share what they were?
What are they?
He was the last one. He was really desperate. But the one before that, even more desperate. Actually, even the first one, you were really desperate. Man, you need a lot of help, don't you, Roderick?
He would
What
just
are
kind of sink into his chair a little bit.
Krista, this is really, really important for us to help you and Roderick. What are the 3 deals that he's made with Elrian?
Well, he was going to die, and then he was going to die again, and then he was going to die again.
Have any of the deals been repaid? And Baltic looks very hopeful.
Well, they are ongoing at the moment.
He's died twice, right, Krista?
I'm sorry, what was that?
He's died twice?
Oh no, he was going to die in these 3 situations. I mean, it was really close in the first one. Like, woo! But we made it!
Man, you really gotta stop dying.
When was that, Krista?
We're all very good at dying.
Oh, that's when him and I met.
Okay. So that'd be the sacrifice.
That's the stabbings.
Then he died with the explosion.
Well, I'm not talking about that one, because I died too then.
You died 4 times?
How does that work? How did you come
You
back?
just go back to being like a
once
weird blob
Roger
in
came
space.
back, then he was able to make me come back.
So
I'm
you
more
go
of like
somewhere else,
a
right?
gift. I don't really exist. I'm an essence that's given sentience, and it's based on his wills. And he wanted me to be in this form. And she looks down to herself and does a little twirl.
Do you want to exist?
It seems okay at times. Other times it's really frustrating.
Roderick, since you did the incantation, is this a familiar that you've summoned?
Yes.
Ah, so interesting. But you found some sort of soul to bind it to. That's interesting.
Well, we found him when he was desperate. Let's make sure we get that right.
Is Elrian
The deal.
So Roderick is low-key stressing out, like in a little bit. Just has
Sweat starting to pour down his
face.
He's just staring at the table, kind of going, "Oh my god, what?"
Fucking mind blown.
What are you supposed to give in return?
Well,
Your
currently,
life 3 times over.
I mean, that's a very big deal. But the first one was it was absolute oblivion. He was definitely going to die there. The second one, you might not have died, but you did ask for help really badly because you didn't think you were going to be able to beat that thing. So we did help you then, didn't we? Right, Roderick?
Yeah.
When
In
was
fact,
that one?
I think that everyone survived, well, except for one, but that's okay.
That was a Duro fight?
Yeah.
You never fought Duro.
Wait. What fight?
Yeah, the Sarath fight.
Sarath.
Ah, that's the name of him. Yes.
Yeah.
And the third?
The third?
Wait.
Well, the third was really recent. That
was
was
the
like a week
explosion,
ago.
right?
No. The third one was like a week ago. You guys
Oh,
were
shit.
seeing the sky, and he went to go talk to Elrian, and well, Elrian had to remove a thing that was trying to take claim on him. It almost killed him, but that was a request nonetheless. You were going to die if that wasn't done, by the way. It was the hungry one's not
Are
a
you
good
serious?
one.
Are you serious?
Oh my fucking god!
So if he didn't do it, he was gonna die.
Oh, wait. We didn't tell your mother about all those witches.
I asked her to look into it, or asked her if she could provide information later. I'm gonna meet her at home this evening.
Can I go invisible
A
now?
lot of things to do.
Wait, Krista, do you know was that only like part of the Hungarian one, or we still have to worry about?
It's not like I know everything Elrian does.
I know.
You know, the more you talk to him, the more I do learn. Every time we go, I get a little bit of an update. But since it's been a while, I don't know how he's currently feeling right now. We should check in on him.
Okay.
But nonetheless, don't forget, you gotta stop that guy, or there'll be problems.
Okay.
He has to what?
Okay.
Huh?
Thanks, Krista.
Who do you have to
She
stop,
sways her
Robert?
hands and she turns invisible.
When you learn one
this is
thing,
your original
you
deal.
don't
This is
know
your
many
original
others.
deal about the vengeance, the revenge.
Yo, bartender, can I get a bowl of fruit?
Well,
You wave a bartender over because there was not one just watching, like looking down the fare, going, "What the hell are these people into?" No, that you wave.
If I was a bartender, I'd be staring at
a
this
bartender
group.
comes
Goddamn.
up and a fruit for you. All right, easy peasy. What do you want? Berries, berries. Berries
sliced
coming
apples,
up.
that kind of thing.
So, in 3 minutes, a bowl of freshly cut fruit is plopped on the table.
Push it over towards Roderick's side of the table where Krista was.
The total bill on this, just so we get it out of the way, it's going to be 6 silver for this meal.
Done.
Oh, we're gonna haggle.
I put a gold piece on the table. Just let it be.
Okay,
let it ride.
Cool. Right, let it ride.
Let it ride.
All right. And you guys just got 12,000 gold.
Did we give that out?
Right? Gold. I thought you said
No,
platinum.
it's
platinum.
1,200
Yeah,
platinum.
1,200 platinum is 12,000 gold. We
Yeah,
gotta divvy
1,200
up, so.
platinum is 12,000 gold.
We'll do that in private, not in a fucking pub.
Yeah,
bar,
but anyways,
whatever
that's
that
currently on
was.
Evelyn right
Tavern.
now. Evelyn's holding
Yeah, it's
on to
on
that.
me.
We were gonna give it to
I got
Doma, but he wasn't present. So, okay. So yes, Evelyn. That's little Krista has disappeared. Roderick, the revelation has struck on you that maybe there's some things that know many more things than you thought they knew, and that they might be ingrained with you a lot longer than you realized.
Yeah, he's not realizing he's in much more shit. That's what.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, no, I don't even. No, I didn't know it was that bad. I was hoping it was like he learned the find familiar spell. I didn't know that.
No
yeah.
shit, right? I didn't.
Yeah, now I was
didn't
worried about it
realize.
being an ambassador, and that's exactly what it is. Oh,
I've
man.
always had a weird feeling about her. Like I don't know why, but like
Cemented it for me once I heard
yes, it explains a
Krista
lot.
nursed into health. I was like,
yes,
oh.
exactly. And I'm like,
Anyways, okay, back to the game.
okay, so
All right,
Roderick.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you do hear a whisper in
first-
your ear right now, Roderick. Like as you're about to speak, you do hear, "Don't betray him now, or it won't be good."
No one else hears that.
Only Roderick hears that in his ear.
What-
No, I don't
okay,
think even a
what-
call.
what-
Maybe a
What
call.
would even constitute that at this point?
Yeah.
Evelyn, what was your question again? What was your question again, Evelyn?
I have so
Anyone
many,
remember?
I don't even know where to start. But
I think it was something about the deal. The first
so
one, I think.
she said he still has to die. Am I assuming that's linked? She said that was to your original deal. Is that
No.
who you're seeking vengeance on, or is that someone else that has to die?
I think he remembers.
Oh yeah, this is.
DM.
Okay.
Do you need
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna-
do you need DM help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
She's,
yeah, 'cause that
she's
one kinda
referring to
came
when
up
you
serious.
when you talk to Elrian once, and you asked him what he wants. He did tell you there's a problem that I want you to deal with. It's a very big problem.
That basically the bigger stuff that we're already.
Yeah, he said there was an entity that seems to be kind of related to you guys. You seem to have run into it, and if it accomplishes what it's trying to do, it will be very bad for me. So stop it.
Oh, I remember.
Was that the hungering one,
No, it's
or was this
whoever
before it? Right?
Who's Lavolt's working with or something. Because Lavolt has another creature like Elrian that's guiding him or something. That's what it is.
Well, we already knew that, but I guess that would add up, right?
Roderick, please tell us this.
Well, yeah, so you can surmise that yes, Chris is referring
That other
to
entity.
that you need to stop Lavolt. You were specifically,
That's what I figured you were talking about.
and that is no short end of a small feat. That is a freaking big feat. You know Elrin, I'm sorry, you know Lavolt ain't fucking easy. No way.
You know that thing was basically a demigod now? Go stop it.
That whole issue that Anio's and original enemy. That's who she's referring to.
Well, I'm pretty sure
Anio's enemy.
DM, isn't Levolt one of
Levolt.
her brothers or whatever? Didn't they came down
Correct.
together with their own mission,
Well, she's-
right?
One of the
Yeah.
7 is Levolt, as is Aniel.
Okay.
And now, basically, more so an enemy is now.
You
Well, he
guys,
turned against them and
you guys just
imprisoned her.
admit that Volt was related to Aniel? No one's told Baldric this yet.
Well, I wouldn't have said that out loud. I was a DM question, but we can discuss it when we discuss Aniel later.
Out loud right now.
So
I
yeah,
want to
basically-
know these things.
So, Chris, he's referring to Levolt. I don't believe we've talked about Levolt, have we?
Momentarily brought up the Volt when you were talking about Seroth being summoned and then dispatched very quickly by the Volt. But wait, so
Levolt.
I don't know.
And I turn to the other people.
Well, we can tell him more about Levolt and the 7 later. I
Baldric,
don't
as
think
you
we should
take
do it here in public.
as you take a sip of your tea, it is incredibly sour. Not Roderick,
Oh, no.
Baldric. Your tea is incredibly sour right now.
What did she do?
What?
You see like there's a lemon slice that's been squoze and it's just like resting on the table and it's just like slightly adjacent of where your cup was.
Well, lemon goes well with tea, though.
Yeah, but this
Not all tea.
Only if you're expecting it.
That's true too.
Oh my gosh.
This conversation's been so enthralling that I didn't realize that the chef here is a moron.
Just literally eat
Hey,
the cup.
well, if we want to have
No,
this
no, just the
conversation,
fluid,
let's
just the
take this
fluid.
from here. Let's head to somebody's room. We can kind of hash this out, and then afterwards we can call
hold
for a
on.
night.
This is too private for public, but literally everything else we just talked about wasn't. Come on.
Aniel's information, yes, I would say is 2.
It's
Well,
this
quickly,
is
turn
a lot.
around. Anyone eyeing the group?
Perception check.
Oh shit!
Oh, probably.
Says the guy that stand up like 3 times saying, "Come at me, fiend!"
Oh no! Oh
Yeah, we're definitely being
We're
watched.
so
like,
being
100%.
watched right now. It's not even funny.
Yeah, ever since he stood up, like,
9.
Yeah.
DM pointed out,
You-
everybody's looking at you now.
It's hard to tell. Yeah, it
Went
seems
back
like
to their,
that's-
went back to their food.
All right.
Remember?
Yeah, it looks like they
That's
went back
it.
to their food.
I'm trying.
When Doma tries to do a wisdom roll, it's desperate.
Yo, that's a 12
Oh,
plus and or minus.
It's a -1 for you, buddy.
Yep. So
11.
You don't think anyone's watching you right now.
that's fine. No one's watching.
Yeah, we look like we're in the clear. Woof, that was a close call.
Yeah. Whew.
If you want information about Levolt, we're gonna go talk somewhere else. I'm not gonna do it here.
Okay, well, okay.
Sure.
We don't have to do it
Very
right now.
consistent.
So what our big... We need to get to Vanaheim.
Veneer.
Veneer.
So we can talk to Venahira.
What?
Not literally.
Why? Okay, Thora. Aniel, our compatriot, the one who's sick quite often. She is in desperate need of divination mana. And that's not something you're going to find very readily on the material plane. We need to find something that's closer to one of the celestial
That's why we're going
planes.
to
And
capital
we're,
city of all religions.
and we're hoping that the amount of the area is weaker there, or we can get a clue or lead or something. Aniel's really sick, and none of us really are going. We are postponing. We are not healing her. We can't heal her.
What about the temples here?
We haven't
Oh,
asked. We can.
Good many of them.
Also, remember that if you don't have connections in said temple, they might just literally take her as a holy artifact, depending on whom we go to.
I'm sure. we
He's
could-
gonna reach into his shirts and pull out like the necklace with the. Oh, what is it? Holy symbol?
Travel.
Oh, actually, would this count the necklace? Would it count as some sort of?
It's a holy symbol. Yeah, your Drabble or holy symbol is a holy symbol. Whether you can attune to it like that, it's irrelevant. It is still a holy symbol.
Okay. Well, I've got this thing from my old temple. The only thing I couldn't scratch the shit out of.
Okay. Well, the temple here is not a bad idea. We could make a stop by there.
See if she feels better there. Yeah, it's technically
But
holy ground.
you do have some reservations. Have you heard
Evelyn,
of
you
the...
immediately know that's not a good idea because the Halo Chantry is in the inner city.
And
Yeah, we
what does that
can't
mean?
bring her there. We'd have to
Oh, the wards.
The
find
wards.
someone to
Unless we find a way to circumvent the warding.
make a house call.
Did Baldric know anything about the wards?
Bring down the whole system.
I don't know if you would know of them. Evelyn's got some insider knowledge for sure, so that's why she would know for sure. I don't know if you would. I mean, you can make an Arcana check. Maybe you've heard about it.
Or on lines if it's possible for me to like make an abjuration spell to like personally negate it bubble on her or something. Maybe that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. 10. Arcana's what?
Shield her.
9. I
from
got
the-
19.
You think you've heard something about that Windheim has defensive magic to help protect it against outside sources. So you've heard things of that nature. You haven't really ever had to deal with it, but you've heard of it.
All right. So yeah, I've heard of it, but I don't know how to really combat against it. Then really.
Correct.
Dang.
Would I know that?
Well, Evelyn, with your, I can't default to make an Arcana check. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Like, this is like
Just make a ward,
this is like
ward of words.
this is like upper secrets, right? Your mother would have almost positively mentioned it, so it's fair for that. But I don't think she'd be like, "Hey, by the way, here's the nuclear launch sequence codes." To
Found it. There we go.
Football.
15?
Two zeros.
It's 15.
yeah, you don't know how they function. You just know that they are there, and that the vast majority of citizens do not know that they're there, and they're there to protect the inner city from dangers from beyond. 100%.
And I can always see what my mom knows. I don't know if she'll tell me anything, but I can always ask.
Are there teleportation circles between cities in your world, Lars?
There are teleportation circles. They do exist. And Windheim does have one, but it's not in the inner city. It is in the Laurels, is where the teleportation circle happens to be.
Is there one in Veneer?
Good question. Is there? It's a holy city.
No.
But it's also a capital.
There would
Not
not
anymore.
one that you've heard of.
Okay.
If there
What about a
is,
city
is,
closer?
it's super underkept, like super secret. So
Well, then ask your mom, I guess.
What?
Well,
Oh. What do you mean that your mom joke? I'm like,
Mistress and
what?
Spy.
Just randomly.
She
may
hack
know what
your
they're
mom.
doing.
the High Observer who introduced herself. You were in her last
Who
episode.
observes?
As
She's a High
literally
Observer.
a spy.
Her job is basically a spy mistress. She tracks.
007.
She makes sure that there's not chaos roaming inside Windheim, as well as extraplanar chaos. She's in charge of her and the High Scholar are.
He's a Ghostbuster.
Kinda, yeah. That's what she works.
She's
works
pretty
on.
cool.
all right.
Pretty
So,
cool.
Wait, are the wards specifically meant for
Yes.
extraplanar things?
Is it impacting Doma at all?
Apparently not.
Which is interesting to me.
Yeah.
What about Krista?
Krista, how do you feel? I bought you berries. Speak up.
Make a persuasion roll.
I
I wasn't
Make
even
sure you
I wasn't gonna
talk
even
to her.
allow it, but you did buy fruit, so and she did use
It's
one of those
okay, I rolled
fruits.
shit. Luckily, my persuasion's massive, so 14. Unless I want to lucky it.
There's an odd. There's like a 12-second gap. Nothing stated.
Damn it.
Did you like it? No.
okay.
That's too bad.
So, okay, to bring this full circle, plan of attack. We want to get Aniel to a temple for divine magic. Can't do one here in Windheim because there's wards that will prevent her from being able to get there or just make her worse. So,
I'm sorry. What's the name of the city again?
Veneer.
Veneer. The Veneer seems to be the closest proximity, and it's a place that Doma is very familiar with, so we'd probably get an entry and not have to deal with a lot of complications.
It's
Seems like
also
a
the
good
place
plan.
where her deity kind of touched the earth.
That sounds like a great place to go then. So, do we want to head out right away, or
There
we need to
are
get some
other
supplies while we're here? Do we need
So-
to do a little research, maybe a little bit while we're here, have access to the great resources that Windheim has? Brush up on a few spells. I could look at a couple of things while I'm here, but I don't want us to waste too much time. I do want to help Aniel as soon as possible.
I want to see Relina before we leave, but
Yeah, I
That's
was
about it.
thinking maybe we spend maybe an extra 2, maybe 3 days at max. We can, hit the
Research.
say hello, say hi to Relina, of course. We can do the research. We can speak with the other members of the High Council to see if there's anything that maybe they needed in Veneer. Because
I can't keep Aniel's condition in check when I would be leaving sooner if I can't help her.
I get my share of the coin. While you are meeting Relina, I'd be ashamed to miss her, but to expedite this, I'd like to do a little research to brush up on a few things, and I'm going to need some coin to do that. Is this a possibility? Do you not trust me?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
If we
no.
want to go to a room, we can divvy up the monies.
The money.
All right.
And we should check on
well,
Aniel.
Then let us go up to the second floor then.
Nicole stands and makes his way to the stairs and starts climbing the stairs.
Walter grabs
Follow.
like another waffle from someone else's plate and starts walking up the stairs.
All right. Does everyone follow? Or so where are you
Yeah.
going?
Yeah.
To someone else's room or Aniel's room?
Aniel's asleep, isn't she?
Last you
Yeah,
checked, but
let's
this
go
this
Yeah, we're
was
going to.
this was like an hour and a half ago. So
Yeah. Well, how about this?
Sure.
You guys go to a call's room. I'll meet you there in a second. I'll check on Aniel.
I should stop by Aniel too, I suppose. I am the doctor. Sure, let's go.
Yeah, like this, we might as well do it in
put my
Aniel's
arm out
room.
like this to escort Evelyn all gentlemanly like.
Milady!
Who has the coin right now?
I do. I'll be there in a second.
Do you want us to count it while you're over there? Split it into piles?
We already know how much it is, but sure, here. I'm gonna hand him the pouch.
it sounded like all of you were going. All of you.
Satchel.
It sounded
Suddenly
like
he misty
it
steps out.
sounded
while
like
we're
you were
wandering.
all just going to Aniel's room. Is what it sounded like. So just go to.
Yeah, we
Aniel's
can
room.
just all go to Aniel's room.
Let's just do it there, I guess.
Sounds
Be
like a
quiet.
plan.
Let her sleep, kind of thing.
Sure.
So all of you make your way up, enter into Aniel's room, and close the door. And she is there. She's awake.
How are you feeling, Aniel?
You suck at sleeping.
That's
That's
it.
a very nice thing to say, Doma.
No offense, but
She furrows her eyes, but then she sits up in the bed and just like folds her hands onto her lap. And I'm feeling better.
Let me check a few vitals.
Cast guidance and an insight check. No, I'm kidding.
follow the fingers.
In a medicine check, Baldric.
Here we go. My speciality.
I want to insight check that. No, I'm kidding.
That's a 19 plus 12. That put me at
Sheesh.
31.
Okay.
Holy crap.
Damn.
She is
Damn.
just as good as she was before you got to Windheim. So her health.
Seems to be in a relatively, for as long as I know, a stable condition.
Exactly what I was going to suggest. She seems stable right now. So whatever the main problem is probably still deteriorating at whatever pace it happens to be. But you can make a decent gauge like right now with such a high roll over 30, right? You feel like you got, if you're going to like extrapolate like how long before you think she's out past the golden doors, 2 weeks maybe. If there's not some kind of big change within 2 weeks, she probably will die.
Whatever we want to do, I think, and I'm gonna turn to Doma with a very solemn face, we'll want to do it within a week or two at most.
How long does it take to get there, Lars?
About
2
a
weeks.
week and a half.
Or a week and a half, yeah.
About a week and a half. So you have
It doesn't.
a
count-
couple days here that you could play with
Is my math is that math including the help from Doma, or that's based on her current state by itself, or
that is your math includes no help from Doma, and includes no cost from herself changing the flow of what's happening right now.
And she doesn't cast any goddamn spells.
So there is a very real point that if she does cast magic, and that's what's causing her detrimental effect, that time will be less. And Doma's contributions might buy her more time.
I pull out a scrap of paper.
I am writing you a prescription. You shall not cast.
And I hand her the.
All right, Kyle, can you please put a D4 next to your D20?
Oh no!
Please note that. Just put a D4 next to your D20, please.
Minus.
No.
Just keep it there. All right. Next
reverse inspiration.
Curse you,
Velad! All right, you may remove the D4 now, since you may remove the D4 since you actually acknowledge the right god in that. I will reward you. All right, so you guys are in her room. She's awake.
Prescription, FYI.
Okay, what is this?
Don't use magic. You're gonna worsen your state, and we have a bit of a time crunch. My calculations say that you won't do very well for the next week or two. Doma can help, but you really cannot use your magical abilities. It's just you can't do it. Listen to what your doctor is saying, and we're gonna get you some real help.
Okay, I was pretty much not casting magic anyways, only when it was absolutely necessary, so...
No more.
No more.
Even if we're dying, don't risk yourself.
No.
But, Aniel, my question for you is, is there any of the 7 that you trust?
What? 7?
None that are alive anymore.
Huh?
I was hoping maybe one of them could help you.
I would rather not deal with them right now. They killed the rest of them.
They killed the ones that you were working with, or
yes,
right?
Marin killed Kandrin, Levolt killed Tetrina, and Nadal killed Benamir.
Did any of those names?
Who's left? It's you and Levolt.
Nadal.
Do those names mean
Marin.
anything?
Nadal and Marin.
Marin.
Those names do not sound familiar to you at all.
No check necessary.
Not possible. Sorry.
I was hoping if we could find one of them, your siblings, maybe then.
They won't care.
They would know that I'm out. They would put me back.
Well, is it Levolt who put you in the prison with Rukan?
All 3 of them did. I'm sure Levolt's the one that made it.
Gotcha.
So these are siblings of yours from the celestial. Where did you?
Yeah,
what
I guess
were you?
I was supposed to tell you about this at the farm, and then the conversation kind of turned away from it. But I don't know if I should talk about. And her eyes just keep darting towards Thorak. Like every 3 seconds, she looks at Thorak for a prolonged period of time. I don't know if I should be talking. I don't feel very.
I can insight check that.
You recognize she's scared of.
Okay,
she's
cool.
scared of Thorak.
You're scared of Thorak?
No, he's.
I look at Thorak.
He's a valuable ally.
No, bro.
Oh,
Step outside if you want.
Did he do something to you, Aniel, when he was up here earlier?
This seems awfully confrontational.
He.
Okay, hold up. You deserve to feel safe in your own room. Thorak, would you mind stepping out?
It's out of character, and I step outside.
Okay, he goes outside. The door closes extra loud.
No, he doesn't.
Breaks the handle. He gets his torch, lights the building on fire. Guess this is over.
Chains it
Roger
shut,
follow him out.
blocks the windows.
All right, so Roderick, you follow him outside.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Aniel, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened, but
I thought he was trustworthy, but then earlier he said that my kind can't be trusted, and that he's met
wait, he
others.
knows of your kind?
He's met others of my kind. He might be. He might know. He might be working for them.
Lavolt?
Yes, that's what he said.
You just now
how?
it just now dawns on you that that's maybe how she interpreted it. You idiot. Yeah, that's why she was getting really nervous.
Okay, so he threatened you?
What exactly did he do, Aniel?
Well, I mean, when I came inside and he closed the door and then he barred it. I wouldn't be able to get past him anyways. But he said something like that.
I just go over and I wrap my arm around her shoulders and just like comfort her.
He just said like something like that he's met. He knows my kind. He's met, and I asked him like, has he met someone like me? And he said like yes, and then but he wouldn't answer when I was trying to find out because I asked him if he met Lavolt, Mare, and an adult, and he wouldn't answer that question. So he might be working with them. I don't know if he's trustworthy. I thought he was, but now I don't know. And he basically
pretty anti-deity.
He was a little cagey with some of his information downstairs too, and he is asking some pointed questions about Aniel once he came down.
Quick, Roderick! I want you. Oh, he's with him.
He's outside.
Never mind. I was going to have him do his mind thing and tell the person with him to grab him, but we can't do that. I guess we can do it the old-fashioned way.
Let's start hobbling my way towards the door.
Don't worry, Baldrick will apprehend the brute.
You're -1 versus his like +5.
Alright. So
Okay,
outside, I guess.
Aniel,
Nat 20, Nat 1.
I exit the room. I guess.
So as Baldrick makes his way, we'll have Roderick and Thor get about 40 seconds.
Alright, so what is that about?
No, it's probably from a bit earlier.
You're what?
This is really scared of me for some.
Why would she be scared of you? She was fine with you before. So what happened?
I asked a couple of questions. She got
It's not-
really, what do you call it? Thrown back, let's say. Do you trust her, Roderick?
Let me tell you this. So, where we're at this point with our party, between me, Doma, Aniel, and Evelyn, we've been together, all of us, longer than we've been with any of you guys. We've been through a lot more life and death situations, and Aniel's been on our side, basically fighting with us.
Is your answer yes, then?
Yes. And honestly, I would say I would trust her more than you.
The door opens and
Alright.
out comes a eyebrow furrowed Baldrick.
Roderick, excellent. Apprehend that brute.
Delicate.
Look down at Roderick.
tells Roderick to
Yeah, Roderick comes to Baldrick and like I'm like
The two weakest
what
physical
is
characters.
I'm
So-
coming to assist you.
just over there. Let me also say this. I don't know what you specifically what you said to her, or if you threatened her or anything like that. I would tell you right now is that that's not gonna fly here, and you better. I can't even say the thing for it.
Better apologize.
he's trying to feel harsh.
No. I'm not even gonna be harsh. Like, okay. Sorry. First, yeah, you should apologize. But second off, is that there's one person in there that like physically can take you, and they have not hesitated to initiate a fight with a king.
Me? I've never done anything with a cane.
Right now, is this
He's
really
not lying.
not a threat? I understand you've been through a lot. I understand you trust her more. But surely all the things I've done would not have been for nothing.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But again,
Well,
we've
you've
been
been
through more. We had more time with
Awfully
her.
hostile from the start here.
There's obviously something wrong. Aniel's not. You can tell, and you know that Aniel's not. My water. My water.
No!
Aniel's
What did that spill on?
Sit on your keyboard, man. Quick, get a towel.
No, my keyboard's over here. My keyboard's over here.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's nothing.
That's
really.
what you get for gesturing with your hands.
I'll get a towel. We'll continue in a second.
Can't help it.
Yeah, good.
Your blanket. There you go.
Oh,
So I believe
the desk blanket. No.
I believe what Roderick is trying to say here is that maybe there's a little bit of confusion in what's transpired here. Maybe if you told us what your intent was with what you mentioned to her earlier, and that would help clear any animosity.
Call with us?
Call's got 23 passive perception. He
And
heard,
I totally
he heard that
just
conversation.
like-
And he's a monk, dude. He's freaking quick and
He knows
stealthy.
everything. I'm just comforting Aniel in the room.
Does he have the perceptive
No,
feat?
also, you never close the door. This is like right outside the.
This is true.
yeah.
Baldric went out.
I wanted to make sure it was a call, so I could act accordingly.
Yeah, it's a
Okay, so I can see him being cornered here. This guy's like, apprehend this man. Roderick's threatening me, and the door is open, and they're all looking.
No,
That's
the
what he
door.
said.
The door.
End this man.
Okay.
He's telling you basically that there's somebody in there that will threaten him.
But Akal has stepped outside. The door was never closed, and Akal is acting as negotiator. So hopefully that helps lower Thorax aggressiveness.
But
I
honestly,
didn't get it.
Is that can you see Aniel being the aggressor in this? You basically have to pull information and basically get her to act. So why would she have basically go out of her way to necessarily look at you some off kind of way?
We are also making a spectacle here. I think maybe we should all go back inside, so that way this is not being publicly shared to everyone.
You are right. You're absolutely right. Let's do this inside.
All right, I'm gonna step outside for a bit.
No, Thorek, you are
Alright,
part
alright,
of
you have to come, you have to
this
come in.
conversation.
You're part of this.
Right. Well,
I have everyone's best interests in heart. I want you all to help me, and I need you all to help each other. So if you would just give us another moment of, how should we say, trust, that would be...
I look at Aniel. Well, how does she react?
You cannot see her
in the
from
room.
your field of view. She's in the room. The door's open, but the way the angle is, you cannot actually see her right now.
What about Doma?
They're all in the room still. It's just Roderick,
Right,
me,
can
and
we
Paul in
Yeah,
the
can we
hallway.
see in the room?
And with
Because
Aniel,
the
I don't know
door's
where
open.
Doma is.
Let's say you can't, but they can hear you. But like the door's open, but you're like the angle. You're kind of like you're next to the wall that the door opens on, right? Like you're basically leaning against it in my mind. Hence why you would not be able to see down it effectively. It's alright.
Right.
Baldrick's
Understand
still-
what you-
I didn't get the
What's
chance to really act on Thorak being like a little. Actually, it's like a little depressed. Actually, is kind of how I read it. So, but Baldrick would have picked up on it and would have put his hands up and like,
I was a big misunderstanding, Thorok. I'm going to take a step back, and everything's okay.
and then I go back into the room to lower the numbers and de-escalate.
You can't escape us, not anymore.
Rapport is the word I meant. Hey, so rapport is the word I meant. I was trying to say that.
Going into a confined space right after everything that just went down, with them all being
Alright,
against
Akal
him,
gives
this
one
is
of
a
his patented
terrible idea.
smiles. Akal gives a patented smile at you.
We can't end well.
You can't say no to the hero cat man. You just can't.
Moonbeam.
Shit.
I'd like to have this
No.
conversation another time.
But how are you going to avoid the confusion if we don't have us all in the same spot? The two people that are the biggest ones of the confused. Don't you understand? You need to state your intent, and she needs to state what her intent is, and then you would...
But you need to understand what was just said to me. What I'm looking at is a very narrow space.
What did he just say to you? Look, I'm not going to let anyone hurt each other here. Again, I need us all to work together.
Dark really wants to top his pop here, huh?
I'm up for this. Fuck. Oh god, I need a minute to think. Shit.
Yeah, they do more time to out shit off.
Out of character as well. It's like, fuck.
And he's trying to think of a way to not be here. I understand. He's not getting an answer. So
He can literally just walk out. That's not the problem.
Yeah.
True. But it might change how people feel about him, right? In the group. A little bit.
He's kind of lukewarm with the group, though. That's the thing. He mentioned earlier that his motivations with us was just happenstance. We just happened to be in the right spot, the right time for him to go join us on the upper. So he's not really.
He didn't really give us an indication that he has a tie to us at this moment.
He doesn't drink the Kool-Aid.
Nah, he's gonna step outside. He's gonna turn. He's gonna start walking downstairs.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Alright, well then Akal returns to the room. As I imagine everyone else, and Thorak does not come.
Yeah, he'll walk outside.
I was hoping that we could come to an arrangement to figure out what was stated and what was the intent behind it, but one of the instigators is not present, so I don't think that is quite possible. I guess we have to ask ourselves if Thorak would be joining us going forward. Amongst other things that we need to discuss, but
Did he say he was leaving?
Daniel, when he spoke to you, did he threaten you?
Well, he said that he knew what I was doing, what my kind does, and that he would be watching. And then if I betrayed you all, that he would well, I think he implied that there would be force. Obviously, he doesn't
like something
doesn't.
amenable to do.
I mean, to be fair, we don't really know Thorak that well, but
But he always
hard to
I hate
believe
the
that
fact
he would.
that he barged into this room.
See, that's what I don't understand. Why? I mean, that just seems strange. No, to just
sent conflicting messages, though. He said
force your way into someone's room, but then say it's a misunderstanding. It just doesn't make sense.
it sounded like he had
pacing in the background.
It sounded like he
Roderick,
had
what did you make of your conversation with him?
That was
At the end of the day, our conversation came down to why would he need to come? Why would he need to address Aniel whatever way he came at her? Because she's afraid of him. Why, if it's a casual conversation or something, why would she be afraid?
That's what I'm saying. So what is his explanation? Did he give you any?
Not really.
But in his defense, with Aniel explaining right here, he sounded like he had the group's best interests at heart. He said if he betrayed us, that he would come to fisticuffs. So,
Yeah, but
that's a conflicting message here. I think
I
maybe
feel like
there's
he
a kind of
doesn't
misunderstanding.
know us or her enough to make that call. But
He doesn't. That's the whole thing. Is that we've been with her longer than he's been with us.
Roger,
So
calm down.
that now the word rapport is basically there with her.
right.
It's okay. We're all getting worked up. I think it's a bit of a misunderstanding. I think it's because...
I'm sure it's a misunderstanding, but
I said calm down, damn it!
But if it was just a misunderstanding, why didn't he come in here and talk to us?
Saying, "Oh, this person," basically screaming fiend out in the middle of the dining room.
Well, and that just goes to show you if I'm so far gone and I can see as you're so far gone, then you should really know you're really gone. Yes, simple logic.
At the end of the day, we won't know anything until he decides to come back and discuss it with us. So, Aniel, it sounds like those who could have maybe helped you are no longer here, and so we need to figure out the next steps to help you. I think we want to do a little research here in the city, and
So, very little. We don't have a lot of time.
I know.
You should ask your mom if she knows the faster way to Veneer.
You can ask her.
Horses. We might speed it up.
We already have those. Mostly we'd have
We're
to
in the need for faster transportation. There's a couple of spells I know that could get us back here, but not to there. Not at my current skill sets. I'd have to do some research on those, but that might come in handy. We seem to be at a loss of some interesting artifact of knowledge, and might be come in handy too. I really... Can I please get my share of money? I need to. I must go do some research for the party's best interest. I swear on my doctorate.
What was it? 12? How much was it again?
So it's 1,200 platinum. I think Ikal already said he wasn't going to take a share, but I'll set aside a share. I'll set aside a share for him. So there's how many of us?
Has the money.
6.
Thork has the money.
Thork has the money.
Yeah, I thought Al had the money.
Al handed it over to him to go upstairs.
Before going up.
Well, no, I didn't actually give it to him because I was going to give it to him because I was going to go see Annie alone, but then everyone came in with me, so I still have the money.
Okay.
Sure.
So there's Ikal, Baldric, Thorak, Roderick, Doma, myself, if I decide to take some. Annie won't take any, I'm assuming.
Correct. She's not going to take any money.
Gonna try not to take any of the money.
She wouldn't. She wouldn't know where to spend it, how to spend it. It would be a whole fiasco. So she's not going to take the money.
So is that by 7? Is that right?
Again.
So
We got
on the tracker, right? We have 6 player characters is what you have, and then you have Pyrus is technically an NPC with you, and Anniel's an NPC with you. These are you have a party of 8 total entities, and you would know that Anniel's not going to take any money. For sake of convenience, we will just metagame and we'll say Pyrus is not going to take any money either.
Yeah.
So you have
200 each.
So it's 200 each. Yeah.
Yeah. 2,000 was the intended amount per person.
2,000 gold per person. Yeah. 200. You have 200 platinum. So I had 200 platinum.
Whether you did it that way,
hold on.
that was my intent. Was 2,000. That's why it was
Hey,
the
Relina,
random.
remember when I was broke? Put sack on the table.
I'll hold on to I'll hold on to some for Ikal and Thorak for now. I'll hold on to their shares for now.
So you have 6,000, and the other 6,000 distributed. Kyle gets 2K, Roger gets 2K, Doma gets 2K.
I am off to go to the research to look up some of this information. I'm going to look on, if I have time, transportation magic, information gathering magic, and possibly some habitual magic. And on top of it, just for research purposes, if I have time, I may look into Elheim. I'm sorry, what's his name again?
Elrian.
Elrian.
That would.
I definitely think, Roderick, we should look into Elrian while we're here.
We can't spend too much time, though. It's not. I don't feel that that's as urgent. Like I said,
that is a good thing to note. That Evelyn is from the city, and Evelyn probably has lots of acquaintances that might help in some regard.
My master could probably help us
going
figure out where to
solo
start.
might not be as fortuitous for you.
Well, I need to get back anyway. I told my mom I would meet her back at the house.
Metagame wise, I want to go off and to get to learn my spells for being level 10. Just to have a reason to have them is what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
yeah.
so,
Okay.
Yeah, that's my intent. So.
All right.
That's
So
a good point, but I
Baldric
think-
says, "I'll go deal with some chores," and he leaves. Got it. Baldric is gone. All right. So we have Anniel, Evelyn, Roderick, Doma, still in the room, and Nicole. Sorry.
Turned into a ridiculous situation.
Well, he did say that she has 2 weeks before something bad would happen, so we have time. I think probably more time than we realized. So, but I guess I will go just walk the grounds for a bit. You did say that you would show me the statue later. I would love to learn more about the city and these, who that was. So maybe others will come with, but for now I'll just go get some fresh air. And a call leaves. All right, so Doma, Evelyn, and Roderick.
What time is it?
Oh, let's say 6 p.m.
Well,
Doma, how are you feeling?
Annoyed. Guess
I
it's
know
the best
you-
room for it.
I know you have your own room, but would you be okay staying with Aniel?
Sure. If she wants me here.
Is that okay?
I would, yeah, yeah.
Insight check?
I'll make an insight roll then.
Uses lucky here.
Yeah, that's every single one of my luck points today has been spent on Aniel, and
Every single one.
pretty sure all 3 of them. This is my last one.
You can lucky after the roll, by the way. You don't have to lucky during the roll.
Well, I'm not keeping that 6. And I am keeping that 6.
Oh, no.
I am keeping...
Oh, no.
There's the Doma rolls.
Yeah, it always happens at the most important times. 9.
9?
Players.
She seems like she's telling the truth. The hesitation probably is that she's trying to not cause deharmonization in the group. And you feel like she probably thinks she is through the recent debacle between her and Thoric.
Aniel, look, I want you to remember something, and that none of this is your fault, really. Whatever's going on, just FYI. I wish you could come home to my home and see it, but obviously that's not possible, so.
Oh, I'm okay. So, but thank you. I appreciate all of you caring so much. I don't think I deserve it.
Do you know, other than helping you, try to save you, if that's not possible, how can we help?
So,
with your fight?
Well, I guess things could be going that direction, huh?
I
haven't really put too much thought into it, honestly. I would want you all to be safe. I haven't had friends or other people to care about besides my brothers and sisters. I wasn't allowed to, right? So I would want you to all find what happiness you can get. I wouldn't want to be a burden.
Aniel, you're not.
But
you came here to try to help us in a way that maybe we will never understand. But if there's anything we can do to help you in return, I want to do that. I don't know if we could take on the Vault or your other siblings.
I'm not asking you to. I would rather not. I would rather avoid them, honestly. If they're
But
out
what is
there.
their intention here on this plane?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why they betrayed my kind. Why they shackled me in there. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they kept me within an inch of my very fragmented existence for so long. I don't know why. We could ask them, but they would not probably do well for us. I don't know. And I don't know what they want to do. I don't know why he was working with a creature that we worked in tandem to seal away in all those years ago. Why would he bring it back? I don't know. I would tell you if I did.
I didn't mean to upset you, Aniel. I really didn't. I
understand that
I just wish there was more I could do for you.
I understand that I haven't told you everything that I can, as I'm not allowed to tell you everything. But what I have told you has been truth.
I believe you. Absolutely.
Levolt, Nadal, and Marin, they can't be good. They can't be doing good. They have to be doing something bad. Maybe I'm just biased against them, but they wouldn't. For them to cause such suffering, I only can imagine that whatever they plan to do is not going to be beneficial to anyone but themselves.
When you were imprisoned, do you know what they were doing with your power? Or how they could have been using it?
I didn't dawn on me that they were using it. I think they would just...
Could they have been?
I don't know how they could take my blessing. I don't know. It's not like it's documented, and it's not like my benefactor told us everything there is involving...
Yeah, true. Okay, so then my last question is, did you start getting weaker after the prison, or was it after the lake? Do you know that much? Because that could help, I guess, make it, some understanding on our side.
It was after the lake.
After.
I was getting better when you freed me from the prison.
Okay.
I shouldn't have said that.
I just put my arm around her again. It's okay. Look. I'm sorry if we're the reason you're as you are.
It's worth it.
I don't know that I am.
Look, for someone that has nothing left, you're all I have. And I want to protect you. And it was the only thing I could think of. And I wasn't going to let her take you. Not for what I've done. So I'm sorry that you might not agree with my selfishness, but that is what I decided, and that's what I did. And
I respect your decision. I have to.
There might be ramifications. There might be for you all, but that's not here or there.
As long as we can get you healthy again, I would say it's all worth it.
I'm assuming there's no way to give back what was given, so we...
Well, I don't think it would be possible to do it. It was very experimental at the time. And there's... As great as you've come, Thomas now...
He healed you. Like, really healed you.
You might be able to as well.
Me?
Maybe.
Anyone?
Well, you, Roderick, Doma, well, no longer Durbo.
Oh.
And
wow. I didn't
off
even
in the
think
distance,
of that.
you hear Baldur's voice saying,
If only I could cast some healing magic.
Okay.
It sounds so simple.
It only makes sense.
I hadn't thought of that.
He can do it now, and he only probably can because of what happened there. So if you two have the ability to tap into, maybe you have the same means. I don't know how you will be able to. I mean, I know Roderick's source is not very tangible with him.
I'll have to meditate on it. I'll think about it and see if I can feel anything.
Anywho, you guys have to go. You got many more conversations, and it sounds like I'm a deadline. So I'm just gonna try to get some rest, to hold what strength I can, to give me the longest window, and don't think too hard about it. Do what you need to do.
Just smiles at her. I already know what I need to do.
We'll figure something out. And if we won't stop trying, Aniel. I promise you that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I just squeeze her super tight and hold her for a minute. Now promise me you're gonna get some sleep, okay? You need it.
Sure. Yeah.
I stand up and I'll just go over to Doma and I'll give him a hug. Care her, okay?
Yeah, of course I will.
And I'll make my way to the door. Good night, guys.
Oh, good night.
Wait, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Roderick would kind of look at Aniel and Doma and begin to follow Evelyn out the door. But he would stop for a minute before he goes. And he would first turn to go to Aniel. Aniel, I have to thank you. I know I've had doubts and kind of questions about the lake, but I think I've come to terms with it that, you know, we're not here for that, but I have a lot of debts to a lot of different people at this point. And as much as, you know, how hard I may have to work to pay them back, I thank you for, you know, a second chance at, you know, being able to live again.
Evelyn just nods as well. Thank you.
And he would kind of like bump Doma on the shoulder. I see you guys in. And he would exit the room.
Alright, so Evelyn or Roderick leave, close the door behind them. Doma, it's just you and Aniel in the room right now. Is there anything you would like to do or say?
Yep. He's gonna go and sit on the bed next to her. And look at her and say an almost familiar line. Remember that you're worth a lot more than you think you are. And if you ever feel like you're not worthy of the people around you, then let us prove that we'll always be here for you. Especially me. One way or another.
Okay. She'll grab your hand. It was not a high chance that was going to happen, but it happened. I was either going to have her be really reclusive or offer that, but that's what she did. She grabs your hand and she just like holds your hand.
He smiles and holds hers back.
You can see like she's just like looking down at like her hand, like in your hand, basically, and she's not really responding to anything else. Just looking at your reddish hued fingers, kind of like interlaced with hers, which hers are really pale white right now.
You know why you rolled that, right? Eleanor and the Strings of Fate.
Or the one and the Strings of Disfate. Which one is it be? Depends.
I will say, as soon as Roderick and I exited the room, I grabbed his hand.
Aww.
Yay.
All right.
They kind of give her a light nudge and
Now,
kind of hold her as they walk out.
face away from me while I freaking heal you a little bit more.
All right. So then,
the best line.
You know, you're gonna basically dump the rest
Totally.
of your mana, right? Is basically what you're saying here.
Yeah.
Okay, so as that gets that ritual portion, we have Baldric running off, looking for things. Thoric, where did you go? I do want to see what happened here. So, Thoric, you left. Did you go down the hall? Did you go downstairs? Did you leave? Where'd you go? What'd you do?
Outside, fresh air.
Casually
Go for a
outside the
walk.
room.
Right, so you go.
Meets a call.
You go for a walk. So we do have a map here, right? So you're currently here at 24, right? Where would you go?
Let's go to that temple. The number 5.
Court of Reverence. All right. So yeah, you make your way to the bridge, which would be the tribune's gonna stop you there. But interesting enough, they don't really require too much out of you. You notice that their resistance to you seems to be even easier than it was initially. Like they seem to kind of like recognize you, or someone seems to recognize you. And you got clearance. You didn't think you were actually going to get through without Evelyn's presence, right? And with your orcish heritage, you know, it seems kind of like you were kind of concerned about it as you're approaching, but it wasn't too bad of an ordeal. So then you are actually, it's not at the bridge here. Sorry, it's at the end of the bridge over there at the. Actually, no. There's a checkpoint at both points. Sorry. Anyhow, so you gain entry into Grandview Park, and as you're walking Grandview Park, you see to your right there's Pikes Point Plaza with its like orangish hue kind of mosaics, and you see the Grandview Park and its splendor of all the green foliage. To the left, you're starting to see some pink in the like a sunset starting to happen on the horizon. As you then make your way past it, you see the statue towards the center of the Grandview Park's tip up here, the little yellow dot. That would be the where the statue happens to be. And you want to get to the Court of Reverence. So you wouldn't want to go on the high road. You might have to ask around a little bit, but either way you find out that there are some other intersections. These little dots would be other ways in. And so you slick on by and you make your way down to the Court of Reverence. And in the Court of Reverence, you see a bunch of very unusual buildings. I talked about this like giant square building. It's like a huge torch with chains coming down it, obviously related to Dravalor. A lighthouse kind of theme. This building right here looks like, oh shoot, I forget which one this one is. Is it? Well, I know who it is, but I forget if this is here or if it's at the other city. So give me a second. That is number 8. Oh yeah, it's a giant like gyroscope building. You see like a telescope coming out of it. There's actually currently like it's exposed. It's an observatory. And you do see that there is like a statue, like a pylon up in front of it that has the iconography of Eleanor upon it. Okay, then number 6, we already talked about that. That was the Halo Chantry, this giant like X-shaped building with like a very tall steeple in the middle of it. That's the word I was looking for, steeple. And at the very top of the steeple is this like iron ring that's just floating. It's not connected to anything, but just hovers there through some kind of magical means, presumably. So it's a building that has a halo at the very top of it. Then you also have the Marbled Gardens down yonder over here, which has Marlesh themes to it. It's a bunch of white columns and like very Greek-looking architecture, but it looks like the nature has claimed over half of it. But it looks like it's intentionally designed to be that way. This building right here, number 7, this one stands out unusually, and its splendor is not as obvious as these other ones. This one is much more mundane. You see a very large, maybe 20-foot tall white wall surrounding a small little courtyard. And as you kind of walk by, you see that inside past the courtyard, like when you get to here, you see that there is a giant circle, a black, almost obsidian black circle in the very middle, a huge dome in the middle of it. And it's got like a spiral line that kind of runs around the dome as it goes up. And it's not like half of a sphere. It's like the part of the sphere is actually elevated up a bit, and it's a little bit flat on like maybe the last bottom 20%. You get vibes with your religious background that's probably related to Jalzem. That would be his temple. And then finally, this building here seems to stand out and its inspiration. I don't know if you're familiar with number 3. I don't know if you're familiar with the Hallgrímskirkja in Iceland. I totally pronounced that wrong. I think it's also called like the Reymajar or something like that. It's this very tall cathedral in Iceland that has like kind of like a Nordic vibe almost to it. But I could copy and paste it for you here just to give you what it's.
I got it.
You found it already?
Well, I googled Tall Iceland Cathedral and I see it. Hallgrim's.
Yeah, Hallgrim's, whatever, however it's pronounced.
Oh, wow.
It is incredibly similar to that design of that building right there. It's got these very like arc pieces geometrically next to it. It's very flat in the front of it, but if you get to the side of it, you see that it actually is a back extension that goes on quite long, but it's very narrow. And there's these giant like windows up in the front of this, and you get the idea that, you know, based on the other deities, the Halo Chantry is probably related to Vinahira. This one has to be probably related to Valad. That one's Jalzam. That's Marlesh. The observatory is probably Eleanor, and then Drabalor would be the torch.
All right, going to the Drabalor one.
All right, so after you kind of walk around a bit, you seeing each of the other religious points. You go to Drabalor, and so you see these giant chains to the adjacent buildings, right? There's a building to the side here and a building side there. On each corner of the square building, the very top, a chain comes down and connects to the adjacent corner of the opposite building. And they're massive, like, brass chains that kind of reflect this glow. And at the very top of this center of this tower is a very brilliant, huge orange flame that just kind of illuminates the area nearby. Even though dusk is starting to rise in the sky, this area is reasonably well lit. Very thematic for the god of light. You can even see that occasionally the light bounces off and reflects off the other buildings nearby. And if you look at the Halo Chantry just right, especially now when the light quality is dropping, that halo on the top of the Halo Chantry occasionally does look almost like a gold color, as if that light from this source can occasionally make it look like it's a different metal. As you make your way up to the front exit, there is no people running around. Seeming as dusk is approaching, most people are probably headed off to their own affairs. And you walk past this giant double door that's currently still open, and there are pews to your left, pews to your right. Not many of them. This chamber is mostly square, and so there's maybe about 4 rows left, 4 rows right, and they're only taking up about the first quarter of this chamber you entered into. There is several stairs that are in the middle that are also square that kind of match the geometry of the rest of the facility. And the very top of that center of the top stair there, which goes up maybe only 4 stairs up, so it's maybe 4 feet up total, is what would be like a platform or a patio or something like that. Pedestal for like a sermon to be announced from there, directed towards the front. And you do recognize that there's another exit or entrance on the exact opposite way you came in. So there's 2 points of entry and exit, right? The one you came in, and there's one on the opposite side as well. And that one faces out towards the wall here, but through the wall would be out into the lake. Inside, there are a couple people inside some of the pews kneeling, praying. And you see that the light from the top of the tower is actually reflecting its way down into the interior of this giant square building. And inside, there's also chains kind of hanging down from the ceiling, and there's another relatively large, like, brazier kind of hanging in the air, maybe 20 feet up or 25 feet up, that's providing an orange light that just reflects off of like all this interior masonry.
You meant brazier, not brazier. Brazier is
sorry,
a woman's underwear.
brazier. Yep, my bad.
I auto-corrected in my head what he meant.
Sorry.
Yeah, same. Alright, well, Ace is gonna spend some time looking around, going up if he can get near the flame. If not, I'll just explore and compare what it is compared to what it was in the mountain. Spend some time there. Nothing in specific in mind yet.
Okay, so as you walk around, just kind of making comparisons, the flame, the light reflecting off the place is a dead giveaway, right? That's always a theme that appears in any of Drabalor's iconography, being the god of light, supposedly the god that created the sun, that gives the warmth and light to the planet itself. Of course, there'd be a lot of hues and commonality, motifs involved with it. Not a large amount of people here, though, but as you walk the grounds, still need some similarities. There's one I guess another similarity that would be very notable is that the chains and then the brazier are also commonplace. And you know that back in the Temple of Eternal Flame, that the one that's hanging from the roof right there almost looks identical to the giant brazier that's at the center of the Temple of Eternal Flame. Maybe the one in the temple is maybe a little bit bigger. Kind of hard to tell since this one's like 25 feet in the air, right?
Yeah.
But the one in the underground might be a little bit bigger in size. But as you kind of like look up at that flame, it just reminds you of the sacrifices, specifically of the most recent sacrifice that's got you on the path you're on now, about that colleague. And you just watch that flame kind of licking the interior of the brazier. You can't quite see it all the way all the time, but every now and then from the angle you're at, you can see a couple of flames lick out. And as you kind of get lost looking at that, you hear someone clear their throat behind you. Sir, are you needing some help for something? And you turn, and there is a half-elf individual, male. He has red hair, and he has a side ponytail that comes down to his over his shoulder, and he has it maybe a little bit above his breast. He's wearing red robes with like gold trim, and he has like a belt, a rope-like belt wrapped around his waist. He seems to be some sort of serviceman of this facility.
Just been looking around for a bit. Seen a similar thing somewhere else before. Reminiscing a bit, should I say.
I was noticing that you seem to have lost yourself in the flame from the center of the bowl. It can often stir ancient memories in people. Hopefully yours were present.
I'd rather not stir anything. They were not. That's not why I'm here. You seem to be a part of this order right now. There is something I would like your help with. It's a bit of a complicated matter.
Well, feel free. I'm giving you my ear right now, as I should. By the way, I'm Apostate Ralel. And you are?
Alright. Thorak. Just Thorak.
Very well.
Anywho, a friend of mine, well, big word friend, someone I met may need some assistance of the holy nature, but she is prevented from coming into the inner city. Is it possible to get somebody out to the Laurels?
Depends on what kind of aid you're seeking. Of course, we would send help if we can. Charity is obviously encouraged from Revelor. Bring light and hope to those that need it most. I sense the slight animosity from you as I made such a...
No, it's just pure coincidence.
It seems that you have some familiarity with the doctrine. After all, your shield has the marks of Drabalor itself, but it seems that it's rather battle-worn and fatigued.
Pull out the necklace and just let it hang on the chest. Yeah, I've been a couple of places, though I'm not really capable of providing the help that's needed.
Well, what kind of help does your friend need?
Healing, I suppose. It's odd. Nothing medicine could solve. Something more divine.
Well, I would recommend maybe not here, but Marlesh or the Halo Chantry would be probably more on that avenue. You should be aware that Drabalor is more about retribution and justice.
Letting people down, too, yeah. Alright, thank you. Nice. See you around. I'll turn around and walk out.
As you walk out, the man goes like, he puts his hand up a bit before you could break out of complete eyesight, right, to catch your attention.
I'll stop.
Not all bad memories deserve to be forgotten. The light that shines on them can be your path still. May the pure flame guide you. He bows.
He'll just hold a little tighter onto his shield and respond. Yeah, I'll never forget them. I will walk outside.
All right. So as you exit the Halo Chantry, what is actually this place called again? Fuck, this one is the Everbright's Beacon. Jesus. As you leave the Everbright's Beacon and you enter back into the street, dusk has hit. The sunset's gone. You do have the illumination from the beacon still above you. You look up one more time as you then start making your way back towards the Laurels. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Wait,
right? Yeah, now we're going to have to pick it up next time. We're approaching right to the 10 o'clock time, guys. So we're going to have to end it here.
6 more minutes. He really wants to do.
What do you mean 7 more minutes? This is a really good time, good place to put it down here.
We still haven't even leveled up. I mean, let's be honest here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Let's at least get us to there. To get to the rest, you know.
This is a really good thematic time to do it. Oh my god, come on! This is a really good time to stop it. I think we're gonna call it here, and we'll pick it up next week, or not next week, next 2 weeks on the 17th is where we'll pick it up to resume our buffet of Windheim. So, thank you, my players, for playing. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for viewers for any of your support that you give us here or on YouTube in the future. We appreciate it. I definitely do. Yeah, hope everyone has a great weekend. And thanks for staying up and hanging out really late for those of you that were really tired. And remember, everyone, don't trust the Dungeon Master. Good night.
No, I don't.